Chapter 39-34. Inside the main hall, there were many books piled up. On the wide table, there was also a pile of rice paper filled with black words. After the servants left the main hall, Zhuowen controlled his Yin spirit and rummaged through the hall. Suddenly, he flipped to a small booklet. It recorded Gu Yunfei's daily affairs. Zhuowen was stunned. He did not expect Gu Yunfei to have the habit of writing a diary. He flipped open the booklet and slowly browsed through it. This booklet looked very thin, but the number of pages inside was endless. It was almost impossible to finish flipping through it. Zhuowen knew that this booklet should have been created by adding the rules of space. He flipped the booklet to the date when Gu Yunfei arrived at the Wukong state. Today I felt that I was summoned. Through the gate of summoning, I entered the Wukong state and unexpectedly found Hong Shenwu. In order to find the universal scripture of heaven and earth from Hong Shenwu, I brought Hong Shenwu back to Honggu Shengzhen. Hong Shenwu was very stubborn. Moreover, the depths of his soul was firmly locked by the universal righteousness. Even a soul search could not be carried out. Therefore, I handed him over to the punishment hall to extort a confession. The Yin spirit put down the booklet and revealed a thoughtful expression. It seemed that Hong Shenwu was not in the divine goose hall, but in the so-called punishment hall. Although he was not sure what kind of place the punishment hall was, from the name, he could tell that it was a hall that specialized in punishment. The Yin spirit quietly left the divine goose hall and continued to explore the interior of Honggu Shengzhen. After about half a day, the Yin spirit finally found the punishment hall. The surroundings of the punishment hall were heavily guarded. It was filled with groups of cultivator soldiers wearing sinister-looking armors. In addition, Zhuowen could feel a thick and suffocating murderous aura around the punishment hall. Zhuowen frowned. He controlled the Yin spirit and slipped into the punishment hall. Zhuowen spent 2 hours to familiarize himself with the structure of the punishment hall. Then he followed a group of cultivator soldiers and entered the depths of the punishment hall's dungeon. The underground prison was very big, and there were cages of different shapes and sizes everywhere. Inside each of these cages were cultivators with extremely powerful auras. Not long after Zhuowen entered the dungeon, he finally found Hong Shenwu in a solitary cell in the depths of the dungeon. Hong Shenwu was tied to the cross, his 4 limbs tightly bound by iron chains. His clothes were tattered and his hair was disheveled. In particular, Hong Shenwu's entire body was covered in wounds that were riddled with thousands of holes. The instant Zhuowen saw Hong Shenwu, a terrifying killing intent rose in his heart. With his eyesight, he could see that there were no less than several thousand wounds on Hong Shenwu's body. Moreover, these wounds weren't just on the body, but also on the soul. Hong Shenwu's eyes were lifeless, almost half dead. What kind of torture did he have to go through to become this numb? Fortunately, Hong Shenwu was still alive. He knew that as long as Hong Shenwu didn't say anything about the Heaven and Earth Haran Sutra, Gu Yunfei and the others wouldn't kill him. Zhuowen looked deeply at the numb Hong Shenwu trapped on the cross and said in a low voice, "Sect Master, you have to hold on. I'm still too weak right now. Wait until I'm stronger. Then I'll definitely save you." The Yin deity turned into a black shadow and silently left the fiend punishment hall. Within the cave, Zhuowen slowly opened his eyes. He frowned slightly. He controlled the Yin deity and inspected the entire Honggu Shengzhen. It could be said that Honggu Shengzhen's security was extremely tight. With his current strength, even if he rescued Hong Shenwu, it would be difficult to escape from Honggu Shengzhen. If his cultivation could reach the God realm transformation, then his chances would be much higher. I need to make a trip to Fallen Star Mountain as soon as possible and find the second primordial stone. Zhuowen's gaze was extremely solemn. Although Hong Shenwu's life wasn't in danger, the daily torture wasn't something an ordinary person could endure. At this moment, his cave's restrictions were activated. He opened the cave's restrictions and saw Li Xinbing and Zi Ling standing outside. "Senior brother Daowin," Today, someone from Green Phoenix Shenzhen is here. It's said that they're here to exchange pointers with the young disciples of Hanggu Shenzhen. At the same time, they're here to prepare for the 4th Shenzhen martial competition, Li Xinbing said. Green Phoenix Shenzhen? Zhuowen was stunned. He remembered that when Luo Lingyu left Wukong State, she said that she wanted to go to Liyuan Main Region to join Green Phoenix Shenzhen. He just didn't know if Luo Lingyu had joined Green Phoenix Shenzhen. Junior sisters, what is this 4th Shenzhen martial competition? Zhuowen asked again. The 4th Shenzhen martial competition is a competition between the young disciples of Liyuan Main Regions, 4 Shenzhen. It's said that it's held once every 100 years. This time, the 4th Shenzhen martial competition will begin in half a year. This time, Green Phoenix Shenzhen will send the young disciples to test the strength of the young disciples of Hanggu Shenzhen. Senior brother Daowin, do you want to come with us to take a look? Zi Ling's eyes lit up with excitement as she looked at Zhuowen expectantly. Zhuowen thought for a while and continued to ask, do you know where the 4th Shenzhen martial competition will be held? Zi Ling shook her head. Li Xinbing smiled and said, I heard from one of my senior sisters that the 4th Shenzhen martial competition is a grand event for the 4 Shenzhen. Most of the senior members of the 4 Shenzhen will be participating. The last 4th Shenzhen martial competition was held at Hanggu Shenzhen. This time, it's said that it's going to be held at Green Phoenix Shenzhen. Zhuowen's eyes lit up. According to Li Xinbing, when the 4th Shenzhen martial competition was held, most of the senior members of Hanggu Shenzhen would go to Green Phoenix Shenzhen. Then this was his chance to save Hong Xinwu. There's still half a year left. Zhuowen's eyes lit up. He could use this half a year to enter Mount Fallen Star and find the 2nd primordial stone. The stronger he was, the greater his chances of rescuing Hong Xinwu. Let's go. Let's go and see the people of Green Phoenix Shenzhen. Zhuowen smiled. Zi Ling and Li Xinbing were delighted. They circled around Zhuowen on his left and right, chatting and laughing with Zhuowen along the way. Junior brother, I knew that you'd successfully entered Hanggu Shenzhen. Suddenly, a clear and melodious voice sounded out, and then 2 tall young women walked over slowly in front of Zhuowen. The one who spoke was a beauty dressed in black on the left. She looked at Zhuowen, and her beautiful eyes were filled with surprise. Senior Sister Luo. Zhuowen was also delighted and quickly walked up to her. At the same time, Zhuowen also noticed the beautiful lady beside Luo Lingyu. Her face was cold and her body was filled with a coldness that kept people at arm's length. However, this cold lady was very beautiful. She was not inferior to Li Xinbing, who was beside Zhuowen. It was just that her temperament was much colder than Li Xinbing. Junior brother, it seems like you're doing well in Hanggu Shenzhen. You've already hooked up with 2 beautiful ladies in such a short time. Luo Lingyu's beautiful eyes swept across Li Xinbing and Zi Ling, who were beside Zhuowen. Her beautiful eyes curved into a sly smile. Chapter 39-35. Luo Lingyu pursed her lips and smiled. The expression on her face showed that she did not believe him. Zhuowen shrugged and did not continue to explain. Instead, he asked, Senior Sister Luo, have you joined Qingluan Shenzhen? Luo Lingyu smiled and said yes. Today, I followed my senior brother and senior sister to Hanggu Shenzhen to learn from each other. This is Senior Sister Jing Lianmeng. She is an inner disciple of Qingluan Shenzhen. She is extremely talented and powerful. As she spoke, Luo Lingyu introduced the cold girl beside her to Zhuowen. Zhuowen cupped his hands and bowed to Jing Lianmeng. The latter merely nodded and did not even put Zhuowen in her eyes. Zhuowen frowned slightly. Jing Lianmeng was too rude. She merely nodded her head and ignored the greeting. However, Zhuowen did not say anything. He was not a narrow-minded person. Therefore, he dismissed it with a smile. Luo Lingyu was also a little embarrassed. She said apologetically, Senior's sister Jing has always been like this. Junior brother, please don't blame her. Zhuowen shook his head, indicating that he did not care. Junior sister, don't waste your time with the outer disciples of Hongwu Shengzhen. Come with me to Hongwu Square. Master and martial uncles are still waiting. Jing Lianmeng frowned and said coldly. Luo Lingyu nodded her head and invited Zhuowen. Junior brother, come with us to Hongwu Square. We are going there too. Zhuowen smiled. Jing Lianmeng frowned slightly when she saw that Zhuowen was still shamelessly following them. Although she was unhappy, she did not say anything and just kept a cold face. The 5 of them walked together. On the way, Zhuowen and Luo Lingyu reminisced about the past. They talked about many things and sighed in their hearts. When the 5 of them arrived at Hongwu Square, Zhuowen immediately saw 2 figures fighting fiercely in the middle of the square. Suddenly, a figure fell from the sky in a sorry state. A handsome young man slowly descended from the sky. His eyes lit up as he said to the young man he defeated, Junior brother Lu, thank you for letting me win. Senior brother Mo, thank you for showing mercy. The defeated youth cupped his hands towards the handsome youth and was helped down by his 2 junior brothers. Zhuowen looked over and saw that the defeated young man was wearing the uniform of Hongwu Shengzhen's inner disciple. As for the handsome young man, he was wearing the same uniform as Luo Lingyu and Luo Lingyu. Clearly, he was a disciple of Blue Phoenix Shengzhen. Senior brother Mo is so amazing. I heard that he's half a step into the God domain transformation. I'm afraid it won't be long before he condenses his own God domain. Luo Lingyu's beautiful eyes lit up. Beside Luo Lingyu, Jing Lianmeng, who originally had a cold temperament, also revealed a gentle expression when she saw the handsome young man. After the handsome young man landed, another person from Blue Phoenix Shengzhen and Hongwu Shengzhen's teams flew out and started a new round of competition. The handsome young man also saw Jing Lianmeng and Luo Lingyu. He was pleasantly surprised and hurried over. Junior sister Luo, junior sister Jing. The handsome young man greeted the 2 girls, but his eyes were fixed on Jing Lianmeng. His eyes shone with a fiery light. Jing Lianmeng, who was originally cold, showed a hint of shyness when she felt the handsome young man's fiery gaze. Luo Lingyu saw the opportunity and retreated to Zhuowen's side. Senior sister Luo, who is he? Zhuowen asked. His name is Mo Hongxian, the number 1 inner disciple of Blue Phoenix Shengzhen. His cultivation should be around half a step into the God domain transformation. Luo Lingyu whispered, half a step into the God domain transformation is only an inner disciple. Then the core disciples of Blue Phoenix Shengzhen are basically all God domain transformation experts? Zhuowen asked in surprise. Luo Lingyu smiled and said yes. Only God domain transformation experts and above are qualified to become core disciples. However, Blue Phoenix Shengzhen doesn't have many core disciples, only 7. They are basically the geniuses of the geniuses in the Li Yuan main district. Hongwu Shengzhen has even fewer core disciples than Blue Phoenix Shengzhen. It is said that there are only 3. Zhuowen was even more curious and said, so Blue Phoenix Shengzhen's foundation is stronger than Hongwu Shengzhen's. Luo Lingyu whispered, Hongwu Shengzhen is the weakest of the 4 Shengzhen sects. This is the reason why I didn't want to join Hongwu Shengzhen. Zhuowen smiled bitterly and said, although they have the weakest foundation, they have the most powerful soul master of speech in the Li Yuan main district. Luo Lingyu also knew that Zhuowen's purpose of joining Hongwu Shengzhen was mainly for Shan Lingyun. Junior brother, I have asked around about Shan Lingyun. I heard that Shan Lingyun's whereabouts are extremely mysterious. Her cave abode is not in Hongwu Shengzhen. As for her whereabouts, it is said that only the sect leader of Hongwu Shengzhen knows. Zhuowen frowned slightly. According to Luo Lingyu, Did that mean that he had to ask the sect leader of Hongwu Shengzhen to know Shan Lingyun's whereabouts? However, Shan Lingyun has set up the Great Speech Incantation Forest in Hongwu Shengzhen. As long as someone can pass through the Great Speech Incantation Forest, he will be accepted as a disciple by Shan Lingyun. This is also a way to meet Shan Lingyun. Unfortunately, for many years, many disciples of Hongwu Shengzhen have tried to enter the Great Speech Incantation Forest, but most of them failed. Even the core disciples of Hongwu Shengzhen have not been able to pass through the Great Speech Incantation Forest. At this point, Luo Lingyu looked at Zhuowen and said, "Junior brother, both of these methods are extremely difficult." Zhuowen cupped his fists at Luo Lingyu and said gratefully, "Thank you, senior sister Luo, for still thinking about me. I would like to try the Great Speech Incantation Forest." Luo Lingyu wanted to persuade Zhuowen, but when she thought of his character, she chose to remain silent. "Senior sister Luo, after the 4th Shengzhen competition ends, how about we return to the Hong martial sect in Wukong State together?" Zhuowen suddenly said, his eyes filled with killing intent. Luo Lingyu looked at Zhuowen and frowned. "Junior brother, you and I are still too weak. Even if we return to the Hong martial sect in half a year's time, I'm afraid we won't be able to defeat Shi Shenhong." Zhuowen looked at Luo Lingyu seriously and said, "After the 4th Shengzhen competition ends, I will go to the Hong martial sect. I just wanted to mention it to you." Luo Lingyu looked at Zhuowen with a complicated gaze. She gritted her teeth and said, "All right, I'll go with you." Zhuowen smiled. "Junior sister Luo, we've finished our sparring. You're the only one left." Suddenly, Jing Lianming called out to Luo Lingyu, "Junior brother, I'll talk to you later." Luo Lingyu looked at Zhuowen apologetically and walked towards Jing Lianming and Emo Hongxian. "Junior sister Ziling, Junior sister Li, I'm going to the mission hall in Hongwu Shengzhen to take a look at the missions. What are your plans?" Zhuowen looked at the 2 girls behind him and asked, "I plan to stay and watch the sparring between the disciples of Blue Phoenix Shengzhen and Hongwu Shengzhen." Lin Xinbing thought for a while and said, Chapter 39-36. The mission hall was not far from the square. When the 2 of them arrived at the entrance of the mission hall, they saw an endless stream of people entering and exiting the hall. It was very lively. The mission hall was extremely large and spacious. However, because there were too many people, it was extremely crowded. At the top of the mission hall, there was a huge screen. On the screen, there were rows of densely packed information. Zhuowen looked at it and found that the information was basically all mission information. The mission information was also divided into unaccepted and accepted missions. In addition, the missions were also divided into 4 levels: Heaven, Earth, Black, and Yellow. He asked around and found out that Heaven missions were the highest and Yellow missions were the lowest. Yellow missions were the lowest level of danger. They were for Void God transformation and 5 elements transformation disciples. Black missions were slightly more dangerous. They required one to be at least at the peak of the 5 elements transformation. Earth missions were extremely dangerous. Even yin-yang transformation powerhouses had the risk of dying. Heaven missions were the most dangerous. It was said that only core disciples and God transformation powerhouses were open to them. This was because disciples below the God transformation level would definitely die if they accepted these missions. Zhuowen came to the mission hall because he wanted to accept a mission that was near Fallen Star Mountain. He knew that using the sect's transportation portal was free of charge. Therefore, to Zhuowen, this was killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Zhuowen browsed through it and found that the locations of the Yellow, Earth, and Mystic level missions were all near Fallen Star Mountain. He saw a mission related to Fallen Star Mountain in the Heaven missions. Zhuowen thought for a while and walked to the counter for Heaven missions. The counter for Heaven missions was deserted. Basically, no one came to accept them, because the Heaven rank missions were really too terrifying. Even core disciples rarely came to accept missions. When the crowd saw Zhuowen, who was wearing outer sect disciple robes, walk to the counter for heaven missions, they were all stunned. Is this Brett crazy? He's going to the counter for heaven missions? I think he's crazy. An outer sect disciple who dares to accept a heaven missions is courting death. Ziling's face paled as she tugged on Zhuowen's hand. Senior brother, this is a heaven rank mission. Only those at the God realm transformation stage and above can accept it. Otherwise, death is certain. Zhuowen smiled. Trust me, junior sister Ziling. Ziling hesitated, but in the end she let go. After this period of time, she had more or less understood Zhuowen's temperament. She knew that once Zhuowen had decided on something, it would be difficult for her to change his mind. At the heaven rank mission counter was an old man with a rosacea nose. However, the old man with rosacea was so bored that he leaned against the counter and took a nap. Zhuowen lightly coughed a few times, and the old man slowly woke up. He opened his sleepy eyes and looked at Zhuowen. Outer sect disciple? You're at the wrong counter. You should be at the yellow mission counter. After saying that, the old man leaned on the counter again. Zhuowen coughed a few more times, and the old man immediately became unhappy. He angrily said, Did you not understand what I just said? I understand, but I'm here to accept a heaven rank mission. I need that mission. Zhuowen pointed at the heaven rank mission on the screen. There were not many heaven rank missions, only 3 of them. Zhuowen pointed at the second one. Are you crazy? The old man with rosacea looked at Zhuowen suspiciously. Do I look like I'm crazy to you? Zhuowen was speechless. Yes, you really look like you. After listening to Zhuowen's explanation, the old man finally believed that Zhuowen was indeed planning to accept a heaven rank mission. The old man casually took out the mission token and said lightly, This is a heaven rank mission. It's extremely dangerous. If you die outside, don't blame me for not warning you. Zhuowen was a little surprised that the old man agreed to accept the heaven rank mission so easily. Zhuowen put away the mission token, saluted the old man with rosacea nose, and left the mission hall. What a good young man. Why did he have to go and die? The old man shook his head, yawned, and continued to lean against the counter to take a nap. After leaving the mission hall, Zhuowen and Ziling went their separate ways. Ziling was going to return to her cave residence, and Zhuowen was going to take a look at the Great Words Forest. The Great Words Forest was located outside of Hanggu Shenzhen, at the southwest edge of the island. It was an extremely remote place. When Zhuowen arrived at the outskirts of the Great Words Forest, he found that there was no one there, not even a gatekeeper. In front of Zhuowen was an incomparably huge mountain cliff, and at the bottom was a deep cave. The cave was dark and deep, and there was no way to see what was hidden in the depths of the cave. Zhuowen asked around and found out that the cave was the entrance to the Great Words Forest. However, seeing how desolate the place was, Zhuowen's heart was pounding. How difficult was the Great Words Forest? Even the disciples of Hanggu Shenzhen were unwilling to come here, resulting in the current situation. Zhuowen shook his head, hesitated for a while, and stepped into the cave. Just as Luo Lingyu had said, there were only 2 ways for him to find out where Shan Lingyun was. One was to ask the sect leader of Hanggu Shenzhen, and the other was to go through the Great Words Forest. In Zhuowen's opinion, he could totally give up on the first method. After all, he was just an outer disciple. Why would the sect leader of Hanggu Shenzhen meet him? Therefore, he naturally chose the second method. This was the fastest way for him to find Shan Lingyun. After Zhuowen walked through the long and dark tunnel, he came to a mysterious space. This space was extremely vast, like a starry sky. Zhuowen was still around this space, and he saw many stars hanging in the sky. In the middle of the space, there were many transparent pillars. On the surface of the pillars, there were many invisible characters. These characters were very strange and mysterious. Zhuowen couldn't understand them at all. Zhuowen frowned slightly and muttered to himself, "This is a vast world built by the godly spirit." Zhuowen was shocked. How powerful must the godly spirit be to be able to build such a vast and boundless world? This is the great words forest created by Shan Lingyun. Zhuowen muttered to himself. He was very impressed by Shan Lingyun. Just from the great words forest, Zhuowen could feel that Shan Lingyun's godly spirit was much more powerful than his. No wonder she was known as the strongest earth spirit master in the Liyuan main district. Zhuowen carefully studied the invisible characters on the pillars. To be honest, he couldn't understand these characters at all. He knew that these characters should be related to the earth spirit master. Just as Zhuowen was at his wit's end, the great word stone in the great world suddenly flew out, shining with a shocking purple light. After that, Zhuowen was shocked to find that the invisible characters around him all flowed into the great word stone and turned into purple characters. Chapter 39-37. These are the cultivation methods of a spirit master of speech. Zhuowen was pleasantly surprised. After the primordial stone transformed the formless runes into purple runes, Zhuowen completely understood them and knew that these were actually the cultivation methods of spirit master of speech. Apart from that, the primordial stone had also deciphered the method of the great word incantation forest. However, judging from the contents of these runes translated by the primordial stone, one would need the means of a spirit master of speech to decipher the great word incantation forest. In other words, if Zhuowen wanted to decipher the great word incantation forest, then he had to learn the basic cultivation of spirit master of speech. However, Zhuowen did not intend to learn spirit master of speech on the spot. After all, the cultivation method translated by the primordial stone was not complete and was not basic. Since the primordial stone had already deciphered the great word incantation forest, Zhuowen only needed to follow the path that appeared in his mind and walk out of the great word incantation forest. Thinking of this, Zhuowen lifted his foot and walked with irregular steps toward the depths of the great word incantation forest. However, as Zhuowen walked in the great word incantation forest, he was also constantly comprehending the runes translated by the primordial stone. Although he knew nothing about the cultivation method of spirit master of speech was originally another cultivation method of the soul. They were both cultivation methods of the soul, so Zhuowen could use it as a reference to perfect his primordial visualization diagram. After all, his primordial visualization diagram was all-encompassing and specialized in the cultivation of the soul. It could absorb and accept at any time and continuously evolve. As time passed, Zhuowen discovered that his primordial visualization diagram had also undergone changes and was beginning to adapt to the cultivation method of spirit master of speech. Suddenly, Zhuowen seemed to have understood something. He sat upright in the great word incantation forest and began to circulate the primordial visualization diagram. Suddenly, purple gold runes surged out from between his brows and revolved around his body like little tadpoles. And the instant he sat upright, the runes that revolved around the formless stone pillars around the great word incantation forest seemed to be pulled and madly surged into Zhuowen's body and into the space between his brows. Zhuowen closed his eyes tightly. In a trance, he saw a different scene in the darkness. He seemed to be floating in midair, and right below him was a vast island. Zhuowen took a closer look at the island. He was surprised to find that this island was the Hong Martial Sacred Sect, wasn't it? Wasn't he in the great speech, Mantra Forest? Why is it floating above Honggu Shengzhen? Zhuowen furrowed his brows and looked into the distance. Around the island where Honggu Shengzhen was sitting, there was an endless black sea. Zhuowen gently stomped his right foot, and the surrounding scenery suddenly disappeared. It was as if he had teleported millions of miles away. What appeared in front of him was an endless black sea, and Honggu Shengzhen's island was nowhere to be seen. Zhuowen was bewildered. He took dozens of steps and arrived at the end of the Black Sea at a vast and boundless land. There were many living creatures on this land, and there were many sects and forces. Zhuowen looked around the continent and saw that in the southeast corner of the continent there was an extremely large sect. He gently stomped his foot and landed in front of the sect's mountain gate. He found a magnificent Qinghuan stone statue in front of the sect gate. Next to the Qinghuan stone statue was a huge stone tablet, and the words Qinghuan Shengzhen were engraved on the tablet. Qinghuan Shengzhen, Zhuowen revealed an astonished expression. He didn't expect that he would actually cross the Black Sea with just a few dozen steps and arrive at the continent where the Azure Phoenix sacred sect was located. When Zhuowen wanted to continue walking, he felt a sharp pain in his glabella. He opened his eyes and found that he was still in the Great Speech Mantra Forest. He saw that the invisible stone pillars around him had dimmed, and the invisible runes around the stone pillars had all rushed into his glabella. The pain in his glabella became more and more intense. At the same time, it was accompanied by an itch, as if something was going to come out from his glabella. Finally, an intense pain came, and Zhuowen cried out in pain. His glabella suddenly split open, and a purple gold eye drilled out. After this purple gold eye opened, it shot out a purple gold brilliance. Then Zhuowen was surprised to find that the mysterious Great Speech Mantra Forest around him was collapsing inch by inch. When the Great Speech Mantra Forest began to collapse on a small island in the depths of the Black Sea billions of miles away from Hongwu Shengzhen, a porcelain doll-like Lolita was lying on a rattan chair. Suddenly, the Lolita jumped up, and her beautiful eyebrows were tightly knitted together. It can't be my imagination, right? Why do I feel like the Great Speech Mantra Forest I set up in Hongwu Shengzhen was broken by someone? The Lolita frowned and muttered to herself. Haha, how is that possible? Those disciples of Hongwu Shengzhen are a bunch of idiots. How could they break my Great Speech Mantra Forest? Not to mention breaking it, no one can even pass through the Great Speech Mantra Forest. I must have sensed wrongly. Yes, I must have sensed wrongly. I'll continue my afternoon nap. The Lolita sat down on the rattan chair and then leaned back comfortably. But after a while, the Lolita jumped up again and said in bewilderment, That's not right. I can't sense the aura of my Great Speech Mantra Forest anymore. This is clearly a sign that it has been broken. Let's go to Hongwu Shengzhen to take a look. The Lolita paced back and forth on the spot and decided to go back. She took out a rattan staff and hugged it tightly with both hands. Her legs were wrapped around the staff like an octopus. Little sweetheart, bring me to Hongwu Shengzhen quickly. The Lolita touched the tip of the rattan staff, as if she was touching the head of the rattan staff. The tip of the rattan staff suddenly bent and nodded towards the Lolita. Then, with a swoosh, it turned into a shadow and disappeared from the island. Its speed was so fast that it was breathtaking. Boom! When the Great Speech Mantra Forest completely collapsed, it shattered into countless rays of light. What appeared in front of Zhuowen was a quiet and secluded valley. Even more surprising to Zhuowen was that there were actually pavilions, and corridors standing within this gorge, and a gurgling waterfall poured down from the rock wall at the end of the gorge, causing it to seem like a silver-colored waterfall that hung down. Zhuowen quickly thought of Shan Lingyun. Since the Great Speech Mantra Forest was set up by Shan Lingyun here, then the valley hidden behind the Great Speech Mantra Forest should be where Shan Lingyun lived. Junior Daowin, an outer disciple of Hongwu Shengzhen, pays his respects to Senior Shan. Zhuowen was quite excited. He knew that as long as he found Shan Lingyun, he would be able to find traces of Moyin Wushang through Shan Lingyun. However, Zhuowen called out a few times, but there was no response from within the valley. He was surprised. After hesitating for a while, he entered the valley and came to the pavilion that was built in the middle of the valley. He searched around and found that there was no one in these pavilions. Suddenly, Zhuowen's divine sense swept out and found a black shadow coming from outside the valley. In an instant, it arrived at the pavilion. Chapter 39-38. Hey, kid, Did you break the great speech incantation forest? The little loli spoke. Her voice was very clear, like the chirping of an oriole. Although the little loli in front of him was very cute, Zhuowen didn't dare to let his guard down. This was because he didn't even notice when the little loli entered the valley. He only noticed it when the little loli entered the valley. He knew that the little loli in front of him was definitely not simple. Seeing that Zhuowen didn't speak, the little loli wrinkled her nose and jumped down from the rattan cane. The cane turned into a stream of light and returned to the little loli's hand. Moreover, it became only 1 foot long. Kid, I'm asking you a question. You actually didn't answer. Are you looking for a beating? The little loli waved her fist and said angrily, I broke the great speech incantation forest. Little sister, you are? Zhuowen said in a low voice. Little sister? The little loli said angrily, I've lived for tens of thousands of years, and no one has called me little sister. Zhuowen was speechless. You've lived for tens of thousands of years. Why do you still look like a little girl? Are you pretending to be young? I'm Shan Lingyun. The little loli snorted. What? You're Shan Lingyun? The strongest speech spirit master in the Liyuan main region, the Shan Lingyun? Zhuowen dug his ears and suspected that he had heard wrongly. Of course. Shan Lingyun said proudly with her hands on her hips. Zhuowen's face twitched. In his impression, Shan Lingyun should be an old woman with a face full of wrinkles. But in reality, she was a little loli. How did you break my great speech incantation forest? The little loli asked curiously, as she looked at Zhuowen with her hands on her hips and looked at him from the corner of her eyes. I'm not sure either. I just walked casually and the great speech incantation forest collapsed. Zhuowen said in confusion. The little loli opened her eyes wide and felt that it was unbelievable. He broke her great speech incantation forest while walking. Was he trying to fool her? You actually open your heaven's eye? The little loli suddenly noticed the purple gold eye in between Zhuowen's brows and let out a surprised sound. Heaven's eye? What's that? Zhuowen asked in confusion. This was the first time he had heard of the heaven's eye. The heavenly eye is a term used by spirit speech masters. Cultivators with powerful souls will automatically activate the heavenly eye when they cultivate the spirit speech art, just like me. As the little loli spoke, a crack appeared between her eyebrows. Then a black pupil drilled out and turned around as if it was curiously looking around. Zhuowen was even more puzzled. According to the little loli, only spirit speakers with powerful souls would be able to open their heaven's eye in the later stages. However, he was not a spirit speaker. Moreover, his heavenly eye was a third eye that was derived after his spirit had absorbed the formless characters of the great word incantation forest and perfected the primordial chaos visualization diagram. Senior Shan, I'll be honest with you. This lowly one came to challenge the forest of the great word incantation in reality for the sake of meeting Senior Shan once. Zhuowen suppressed the excitement in his heart and said in a low voice, Oh, why are you looking for me? Shan Lingyun asked curiously, Senior, I want you to use your soul language technique to help me find someone. Zhuowen said excitedly. Shan Lingyun pursed her lips and said, Find someone again. You have to know that it's very expensive for me to find someone. Can you afford it? Zhuowen said a little apprehensively, Senior Shan, how much do you need to pay to find someone? Shan Lingyun said indifferently, at least 1 billion supreme grade chaos crystals. Otherwise, I won't help you find someone. Zhuowen's expression instantly turned ugly. 1 billion supreme grade chaos crystals. Even if he sold himself now, he wouldn't be able to gather so many earth crystals. Of course, if you agree to be my disciple, I can help you find someone for free once. Shan Lingyun said slyly, All right, I'm willing to be Senior Shan's disciple. Zhuowen agreed without hesitation. Shan Lingyun was a little surprised by Zhuowen's quick reply and was stunned for a moment. Senior Shan, I'm your disciple now. Now, you can help me find someone, Zhuowen said without hesitation. Shan Lingyun rolled her eyes at Zhuowen unhappily. Who knew how many people in the Liyuan main region wanted to be her disciple, but couldn't? But this young man in front of her wasn't excited at all to become her disciple. Instead, he excitedly asked her to find someone. Shan Lingyun suspected that the reason why this guy was willing to be her disciple so readily was to find someone. Let's put the matter of finding someone aside first. Let me ask you, what realm has your spirit of speech reached? Shan Lingyun asked. I've never learned the spirit of speech technique. Zhuowen said a little awkwardly. What did you say? Shan Lingyun's eyes widened as she looked at Zhuowen and shouted. You've never learned the spirit of speech technique. You're not a spirit of speech master? Zhuowen smiled awkwardly and said, That's true. How is that possible? You haven't even learned the spirit of speech technique. How could you have opened the heaven's eye? Could it be that you're a peerless genius who opened the heaven's eye? That's right, you must be. I've indeed accepted a peerless genius. When Shan Lingyun thought of this, she was so excited that she danced with joy. Her eyes curved into the shape of a crescent moon. Master, can you help me find someone? Zhuowen asked. Yes, but I have to remind you that you haven't learned the spirit of speech technique. In the future, you have to follow me and learn the spirit of speech technique properly. Do you understand? Shan Lingyun said. Zhuowen nodded non-committally. He looked at Shan Lingyun hopefully, waiting for this little loli to help him find Moyen Wushang. Do you have the personal belongings of the person you're looking for? And that person's appearance? With these two things, I can help you find this person in the entire Hushu world, Shan Lingyun said. Zhuowen didn't hesitate to take out Moyen Wushang's portrait and the zither that Moyen Wushang had left for him. Oh, she's a young and beautiful woman. Looks like she's your little lover. Shan Lingyun curled her lips and said. Zhuowen smiled awkwardly and didn't explain. Although he and Moyen Wushang hadn't completely confirmed their relationship, both of them had feelings for each other. Moreover, this time, after Zhuowen found Moyen Wushang, he would open his heart to her and plan to accept Moyen Wushang. After looking at the portrait, Shan Lingyun touched the zither again. She closed her eyes slightly, as if she was feeling Moyen Wushang's remaining aura on the zither. The strange thing was that a faint green aura surged out from the zither. It was like a small snake and entered the sky eye between Shan Lingyun's eyebrows. Disciple, I need some time to find your little lover. You protect me and don't disturb me. Shan Lingyun solemnly instructed Zhuowen. Then she closed her eyes and started to use the spirit of speech technique. Zhuowen realized that Shan Lingyun's sky eye was still open even though her eyes were closed. Her eyeballs were constantly moving around, as if she was searching for something. After half a day, Shan Lingyun slowly opened her eyes and frowned. Chapter 39:39. Zhuowen frowned slightly. He hadn't expected that Shan Lingyun wouldn't be able to find Moyen Wushang in the Hushu world region. It seemed like the latter wasn't in the Hushu world region. Master, can you look for him in other worlds? Zhuowen asked, unwilling to give up. Shan Lingyun scratched her head and said dejectedly, With my spirit speech technique, I can use my heavenly eye to search the entire 100 regions. However, the accuracy of my search will be greatly reduced, and I will miss out on many details. Moreover, it will consume a lot of energy. I need to bring 1,000 top-grade chaos spiritual veins with me. Zhuowen sucked in a breath of cold air. 1,000 top-grade chaos spiritual veins? Isn't this a joke? One had to know that Zhuowen didn't even have a single top-grade chaos spiritual vein, let alone 1,000 top-grade chaos spiritual veins. Shan Lingyun said helplessly, I only have 10 top-grade chaos spiritual veins after many years of savings. Disciple, I can't help you find him for the time being. However, you can rest assured that I will collect more top-grade chaos spiritual veins to help you find your little lover. Shan Lingyun stood in front of Zhuowen and patted Zhuowen's shoulder like an old man. Many thanks, master. Zhuowen felt warmth in his heart. He had just become Shan Lingyun's disciple, and she was already so loyal to him. She actually collected 1,000 top-grade chaos spiritual veins for him. This wasn't a small number. Even Hanggu Shengzhen wouldn't be able to take out so many top-grade chaos spiritual veins. Shan Lingyun waved her hand and said, "Why are you being so polite with me? After all, I'm your master and you're my first disciple. If I don't treat you well, who will?" Shan Lingyun took out a jade slip and threw it to Zhuowen. "You have opened your heavenly eye before cultivating the spirit speech technique. This shows how rare your talent is. This is the basic cultivation method of the spirit speech technique. Cultivate this method first. After you master the basic spirit speech technique, I will teach you a more advanced spirit speech technique." Zhuowen received the jade slip and scanned it with his divine sense. He discovered that even though the contents of the jade slip were difficult to understand, Zhuowen actually comprehended more than half of it with just a glance. Under the influence of the primordial stone, his comprehension ability had reached an unprecedented height and was extremely terrifying. This basic spirit language technique was extremely difficult for ordinary cultivators to understand. But for Zhuowen, it was very simple. He could understand it with a single glance. "Master, this basic cultivation method of the spirit language technique is too simple. I can learn it in one go. Just directly pass down your truly advanced spirit speech technique to me." Zhuowen waved the jade slip in his hand and spoke helplessly. Shan Lingyun stared at Zhuowen with her hands on her hips and said, "Zhuowen, are you joking? What I'm giving you is the most difficult and also the most advanced basic spirit language technique. Even for an extremely talented genius like me, it would take me half a year to master it completely." Zhuowen was speechless. His master seemed to be a little Chinibu. She really had no limits when it came to praising him. Zhuowen also knew that it was impossible for Shan Lingyun to believe him. Thus, he used 2 fingers on his right hand to form a sword and sketched out a complicated pattern in the air. As soon as this pattern was completed, it condensed into an illusory eye. This eye suddenly rushed into the air, and the ripple-like pupils rotated in all directions. It was extremely agile. The eye of spirit speech. You actually mastered the spirit speech technique? You must have learned the spirit speech technique in the past, right? You said that you had never learned the spirit speech technique. You must be modest, right? Your talent is definitely not as good as mine, right? Shan Lingyun was dumbfounded. Then she put her hands on her hips and pouted. She was very dissatisfied. She still did not believe that Zhuowen could learn the spirit speech technique just by looking at it casually. Zhuowen smiled bitterly and said, "Master, I really have never learned the spirit speech technique. I can swear on this. It might be because I have a special talent in the spirit speech technique, or it might have something to do with my heaven's eye. Anyway, learning this technique is as easy as eating a meal for me." Shan Lingyun looked deeply at Zhuowen. After confirming that Zhuowen did not seem to be lying, she started to believe in Zhuowen. "This is too scary. You learned the spirit speech technique just by looking at it. You are really a genius." Shan Lingyun paced back and forth on the spot. Suddenly she stopped. She took out many jade slips from her spirit ring and handed them to Zhuowen. "These jade slips are all that I have learned in my life. With your talent, if I teach you everything, it will be a waste of your talent. I might as well give them all to you." Zhuowen was overjoyed. He did not stand on ceremony and kept the jade slips into his great world. "From now on, just follow me. The contents of the jade slips are, after all, a place of death. I will teach you step by step. I will definitely make you the strongest spirit speech master in the Hushu world. No, in the entire 100 regions. At this point, Shan Lingyun rubbed her hands excitedly and chuckled. Zhuowen said awkwardly, Master, I might not be able to learn from you for a period of time. Shan Lingyun put her hands on her hips and said unhappily, What's wrong with you? Why do I find you so troublesome? You don't know how many people in the Liyuan main region want me to teach them personally, but do not have the chance. You, on the other hand, rejected me when I took the initiative to teach you. Are you trying to anger me to death? Zhuowen had no choice but to tell her about the sect mission he had accepted. What? You want to go to Fallen Star Mountain? Aren't you looking for death? Shan Lingyun stared at Zhuowen as if she was looking at an idiot. Master, I have a very important item in Fallen Star Mountain. I have to get it back. It is related to my future cultivation. Zhuowen smiled bitterly. Shan Lingyun quietened down and did not reprimand Zhuowen anymore. Then, Shan Lingyun searched her body and took out a spirit ring. She threw it to Zhuowen without even turning her head and said, This spirit ring contains all the life-saving items I have collected over the years. I will lend them to you first. Zhuowen, don't die in Fallen Star Mountain. Otherwise, I will definitely beat you to death on my way to the underworld. Zhuowen took the spirit ring and looked at Shan Lingyun in surprise. He did not expect that Shan Lingyun would not stop him. Instead, she gave him a life-saving item. Zhuowen's heart was filled with gratitude. He quickly bowed to Shan Lingyun and said, Thank you, Master, for fulfilling my wish. Get lost. Remember to come back early. Don't die there. Shan Lingyun crossed her arms in front of her chest and turned her face away from Zhuowen. Zhuowen bowed again and said, I will leave now, and I hope that Master will not tell anyone about my apprenticeship. Zhuowen saw that Shan Lingyun's back was still facing him, as if she was still angry. He smiled bitterly in his heart and left the valley. After Zhuowen had left the valley, Shan Lingyun turned around and looked at the empty valley. Her big eyes were filled with disappointment and loneliness. Master has left, senior brother has left, and even the new disciple has left. Why can't they stay and accompany me? Why do they all have to leave? Shan Lingyun mumbled to herself. Her big eyes trembled and sparkling tears flowed down. On her delicate face, there were traces of tears that were sad but beautiful. Chapter 3940. After Zhuowen left the valley, he returned to the cave where he had entered the great mantra forest. There was no one around. Perhaps no one in the entire Hanggu Shenzhen knew that the great mantra forest, which no one had been able to solve for many years, had been solved by an unknown outer disciple. After a while, Zhuowen returned to the Hanggu Shenzhen station. He went to the teleportation formation outside the mission hall in Hanggu Shenzhen. The teleportation formation was of a high level. It could teleport almost everywhere in the Liyuan main district. However, the cost of using this kind of teleportation array could be said to be terrifying. Of course, if the disciple carrying out the mission was a Hanggu Shenzhen disciple, the teleportation formation would be free of charge. However, after completing the mission, the sect would take a portion of the reward. The person in charge of guarding the teleportation formation was an old man in a long robe. Mission token. When the old man saw that Zhuowen was wearing the outer disciple's uniform, he thought that it was a low-level mission. Therefore, he did not care and coldly asked for the mission token from Zhuowen. When Zhuowen handed the mission token to the old man's expression changed. He looked at Zhuowen strangely. Are you sure you didn't get the wrong mission token? The old man frowned and asked, No, I did accept a heaven-level mission. Zhuowen said calmly. The old man said coldly, Take the token back to the mission hall and return it. This is not a mission that an outer disciple like you can accept. Zhuowen frowned and said, The person in charge of the mission hall has already given me the mission token. He has already acknowledged me. You are not the person in charge. Why should I return it? The old man's eyes darkened. He did not expect that a mere outer disciple would dare to refute him. This made him lose face. Even I can't complete this mission. I might even lose my life. How can an outer disciple like you complete it? I think you are courting death. The old man said coldly, "How do you know that I am not as good as you? Just because you can't complete it doesn't mean that I can't." Zhuowen sneered. The old man was furious. This outer disciple was simply stubborn. He had refuted him time and time again, making him lose face. "Humph! You arrogant and ignorant fool. Since you say so, then take one of my moves. If you can't even take one of my moves, then there's no need for you to do this mission. Get out of here immediately." The old man said furiously. The old man's voice wasn't soft, and it attracted the attention of many disciples who were passing by. They all stood nearby to watch. "Ha! The teleportation elder's strength is at the peak of the yin-yang transformation. This outer sect disciple won't even be able to take a single blow from him. This outer sect disciple is dead for sure. Let's just watch the show. Let's see how this kid dies." Most of the disciples were gloating. They were waiting for Zhuowen to make a fool of himself, or even be killed by the teleportation elder. "I can defeat a piece of trash like you in a single move." Zhuowen shook his head and laughed coldly. Good. I want to see how you defeat me in one blow." The old man was furious. He did not say anything else. Instead, he struck out with his palm and aimed it at the top of Zhuowen's head. The terrifying power of yin and yang condensed in the void and turned into a black and white palm that came crashing down. Zhuowen stood where he was and stared at the descending black and white palms. Suddenly, an even purer yin and yang energy erupted from his body and shot into the sky like a torrent. The huge black and white palm was immediately destroyed. The old man's eyes were filled with fear. He groaned and retreated, blood flowing from the corner of his mouth. You are really an outer disciple." The old man looked at Zhuowen in disbelief. Zhuowen's cultivation was about the early stage of yin-yang change, but his aura was much stronger than his. It was terrifying that he could defeat him in one blow. "Can you teleport me away now?" Zhuowen retracted his aura and looked coldly at the old man. The old man nodded stiffly, smiled bitterly, and began to activate the teleportation array. Zhuowen entered the teleportation array. A blazing white light wrapped around him, and he disappeared in the blink of an eye. The disciples around the teleportation array were dumbfounded. The outer disciple defeated the teleportation elder in one blow, just as he said. This made them feel as if they had fallen into a dream, but the truth was in front of them. Many disciples whispered to each other, asking about Zhuowen's origin. Unfortunately, none of the disciples present knew Zhuowen's origin. The teleportation elder felt bitter. He was defeated by an outer disciple in front of so many people. This was a great loss of face. However, he was also very curious about the identity of this outer disciple. With such strength, he could have become an inner disciple long ago. Even among the inner disciples, his strength would be ranked at the top. In an extremely steep mountain range, a white brilliance appeared at the top of a mountain. At a closer look, a grand villa was built at the top of the mountain. The brilliance was emitted by a teleportation array in the villa. In the villa, a group of people gathered around the teleportation array. They were all looking at the brilliance excitedly. "Ha! The mission issued by our carefree villa has finally been accepted by someone. It seems that the one who came this time must be a core disciple of Honggu Shengzhen." The leader of this group of people was a white-haired old man. When he saw the brilliance, his face lit up with joy. "The mission we issued is defined as a heaven-level mission. Only a core disciple of Honggu Shengzhen dares to accept it. With the help of a core disciple of Honggu Shengzhen, we will definitely be able to enter Fallen Star Mountain and obtain the Heart of Stars." Beside the old man, a middle-aged man in armor was also full of smiles. As the brilliance faded, a figure was revealed. It was Zhuowen, who was wearing an outer disciple's uniform. Zhuowen squinted his eyes and slowly opened them. When he saw his surroundings, he knew that he had been teleported to his destination, Carefree Villa. The old man, who was about to welcome him, saw Zhuowen's uniform and the smile on his face froze. This was because he could see that Zhuowen's uniform was that of an outer disciple of Hongwu Shengzhen. The middle-aged man and the others were also confused. They did not know why Hongwu Shengzhen would send an outer disciple to Carefree Villa. The old man's smile faded. He went forward to welcome him and asked, "Are you a core disciple of Hongwu Shengzhen?" Chapter 3941. You're just an outer disciple. Why can you take on a heaven-level task? In the courtyard, a beautiful young female cultivator finally couldn't help but ask, "Because I have the ability to complete this task." "Why? Is there a problem?" Zhuowen frowned. Everyone in the courtyard sneered at Zhuowen. In their eyes, an outer disciple of Hongwu Shengzhen, who didn't even have the cultivation of yin-yang change, was of no help to them at all. However, Zhuowen was Hongwu Shengzhen's disciple after all. Although he was only an outer disciple, he was still Hongwu Shengzhen's man. Naturally, they didn't dare to ridicule him directly. The power of Carefree Villa was far inferior to that of Hongwu Shengzhen. "I am Carefree Villa's director Zhuang. Carefree Villa!" The old man cupped his hands at Zhuowen from afar, and his attitude was quite cold. He was extremely disappointed. He thought that Hongwu Shengzhen would send a core disciple to take on their task, but he didn't expect that it was just an outer disciple with a low cultivation. Hongwu Shengzhen's outer disciple Daowen. Zhuowen also saw the disappointment on the faces of the old man and the others in the courtyard, but he didn't care too much. The main purpose of his trip was not for the task, but for the primordial stone in the primordial cave in Mount Fallen Star. This task was just incidental. He didn't care whether he could complete it or not. "Brother Daowen, I'll arrange a room for you in Carefree Villa first." Rin Xiaoyao's attitude was calm. He casually ordered a female servant to take Zhuowen to a room in the villa. After Zhuowen left, Rin Xiaoyao and the others' faces suddenly became gloomy. "Villa Master, what should we do? Hongwu Shengzhen sent such an outer disciple. There's no hope for us to get the Heart of Stars." The middle-aged man next to the old man frowned and said, "We can't delay any longer. After a while, the Heart of Stars falling from the sky will leave. If we want to wait for the Heart of Stars to fall from the falling star mountain again, we don't know how long it will take." Rin Xiaoyao said with a determined look. The middle-aged man frowned and asked, "Then should we bring this Tao inscription with us when we enter Fallen Star Mountain this time?" Ren Xiaoyao sneered and said, "Of course we have to take him with us. Since he has taken this task, he has to follow us. After all, this is a heaven-level task. Even if he dies, he can only blame himself for not having enough cultivation and overestimating himself." After being led to a rather spacious room by the female servant, Zhuowen silently sat cross-legged in the inner room to cultivate the soul speech technique. Shan Lingyun had taught him everything that she had learned in her life. Even with Zhuowen's frightening comprehension ability, it would take him a long time to completely master all that Shan Lingyun had learned. Of course, Zhuowen had already grasped the basics of the art of spirit language and could use simple art of spirit language. Moreover, the third eye that Zhuowen had just opened was extremely extraordinary. He could feel that the combination of the third eye and the art of spirit language could help him avoid danger to a certain extent. This would be of great benefit to him when he entered Fallen Star Mountain this time. Time flew, and 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, someone knocked on Zhuowen's door. He opened the door and found that the person standing outside was the beautiful female cultivator who had mocked him when he had just been transmitted to Carefree Villa. From the position of the female cultivator at that time, it could be seen that her status in Carefree Villa should not be low. "Today, my grandfather plans to lead the elite warriors of Carefree Villa into Fallen Star Mountain. He ordered me to inform you. The female cultivator said indifferently, "Your grandfather?" Zhuowen did not react for a while. "My name is Renrong, and my grandfather is Ren Xiaoyao." After the female cultivator finished speaking, she ignored Zhuowen and walked forward on her own. Zhuowen followed behind silently. He had already guessed the identity of this woman, so he was not surprised to hear that she was Ren Xiaoyao's granddaughter. At the entrance of Carefree Villa was a rather spacious square. At this moment, there were more than 10 people gathered in the square. The person in the lead was Carefree Villa's director Zhuang, Ren Xiaoyao. Ren Xiaoyao's aura was as vast as the sea. He was not weaker than the sect master of Hong Wu divine sect, Shirshin Hong. Obviously, he was at least an expert at the middle stage of God domain transformation. "Daowin, you're finally here. I think you should also be clear about this mission." Ren Xiaoyao said faintly. Zhuowen nodded and said, "The mission I received said that Carefree Villa entered Fallen Star Mountain for the Heart of Stars." "Villa Master Ren, can you tell me in detail the characteristics and uses of the Heart of Stars? This way, I can help you find the Heart of Stars and obtain it." Ren Xiaoyao sneered in his heart and said lightly, "It's nothing. Brother Daowin, you just need to follow our team. As for the Heart of Stars, you will naturally see it when the time comes." Zhuowen frowned slightly. He naturally saw the contempt on Ren Xiaoyao's face. Obviously, Ren Xiaoyao felt that his strength was too weak to be of any use. Therefore, he didn't even tell him the characteristics of the Heart of Stars. The reason why Ren Xiaoyao brought him along was probably because of the mission. He didn't treat him as the main force this time. Zhuowen didn't care. His only interest now was the primordial stone in the absolute beginning cave. No matter how precious the Heart of Stars was, how could it be compared to the primordial stone? After Ren Xiaoyao finished speaking, he began to arrange the members. The rest of the team also looked coldly at Zhuowen. They didn't have the slightest intention of treating Zhuowen as a member. After Renrong brought Zhuowen into the team, she followed beside Ren Xiaoyao. She didn't even look at Zhuowen. After Ren Xiaoyao finished arranging, he took out a huge divine ship. After everyone entered the divine ship, he drove the divine ship towards Fallen Star Mountain. Fallen Star Mountain wasn't far from Carefree Villa. It was about tens of thousands of kilometers away. The reason why Fallen Star Mountain had such a name came from a legend around it. It was said that every 3,000 years, a dazzling star would fall from the sky on this mountain. The entire sky would be filled with starlight that shot up to heaven and earth. The strange thing was that the enormous energy produced by the star was only limited within the range of Fallen Star Mountain. It never spread out. Therefore, every time this happened, Fallen Star Mountain would be extremely dazzling. It was like a world of light. This was also the origin of the name Fallen Star Mountain. Fallen Star Mountain was located in the center of an extremely vast mountain range. The mountain range surrounding Fallen Star Mountain was called 9-Star Mountain Range. Although it wasn't as dangerous as Fallen Star Mountain, it wasn't a place where ordinary cultivators could enter. The divine ship was extremely fast. It arrived at 9-Star Mountain Range in 2 hours. The moment the divine ship entered 9-Star Mountain Range, a huge golden figure suddenly swept out from the depths of the mountain range. It was a huge bird that emitted a dazzling brilliance. It had a pair of gold-plated wings. With a gentle flap, it soared into the sky like a golden arrow. Chapter 3942. Hiss! The golden-winged roc flew toward the divine ship like a sharp sword. It was extremely fast. It turned into a golden rainbow in mid-air and arrived in front of the divine ship in the blink of an eye. Beast! Ren Xiaoyao snorted coldly and waved his sleeve. Instantly, countless sword shadows spread out with him as the center. The blazing sword qi rolled like a vast ocean. This was the sword divine domain condensed by Ren Xiaoyao himself. At the same time, Ren Xiaoyao took out a green divine sword and suddenly slashed out horizontally. Terrifying sword light, accompanied by the sword divine domain, poured down on the golden-winged rock. Bang! The golden-winged rock's pair of golden wings suddenly blasted over. Instantly, terrifying energy ripples exploded in the sky. The huge divine ship trembled violently, and the surrounding sword divine domain became extremely unstable. It surged in all directions like waves. The golden-winged rock wailed and quickly fled into the depths of the mountain range. Streams of golden blood sprinkled in midair. Rin Xiaoyao put away the sword divine domain. His body trembled slightly, and his face turned slightly pale. Obviously, he had also suffered some injuries in the collision just now. The divine ship continued to move forward. As it went deeper into the 9-star mountain range, powerful giant beasts came one after another. However, the giant beasts that attacked from behind were not as strong as the golden-winged rock. Therefore, Ren Xiaoyao dealt with them quite easily. Bang! The divine ship slowly landed on a mountain top. Ren Xiaoyao led everyone off the divine ship. That's Fallen Star Mountain. Ren Xiaoyao's gaze was solemn as he pointed ahead. Zhuowen stood in the team and looked ahead in the direction of Ren Xiaoyao's right hand. He found that what appeared in front of him was a huge valley. The valley was so deep that he could hardly see the bottom. It was dark like an abyss. Around the abyss-like valley were huge mountains that pierced into the clouds. They were standing at the top of one of the mountains. In the center of the abyss valley were 3 mountains that were higher than the surrounding mountains. They were arranged in a triangle. The surface of the 3 mountains flickered with starlight. They were crystal clear, as if they were made of jade. Between the 3 mountains, there was only darkness. It was impossible to see what was inside. Zhuowen looked at the 3 mountains with bright eyes. According to the map in his divine soul, the absolute beginning cave was inside the 3 mountains. This area has an extremely powerful forbidden sky seal. Even if a god domain transformation powerhouse wants to fly in this area, it will be somewhat difficult. Let's walk to Fallen Star Mountain. Carefree Manor's ancestors have explored Fallen Star Mountain for thousands of years. Everyone, we must work together. Don't get lost. Otherwise, I won't be able to save you. Ren Xiaoyao's eyes were solemn as he repeatedly reminded everyone. After which, he took the lead and led everyone downwards. This valley, surrounded by many mountains, was too deep. Ren Xiaoyao and the others fell for half a day before they finally landed on the ground. Zhuowen's feet landed on the ground, and only then did he begin to size up his surroundings. It was Ro-S. Zhuowen sensed the aura of evil spirits. It was not one evil spirit, but countless of them. Take out your light source and follow me. The moment Ren Xiaoyao landed, he took out a stone statue that was emitting a blazing light. He quickly rushed forward. The rest of Carefree Manor took out the stone statues they had prepared. They carried them on their shoulders and quickly followed. In the blink of an eye, the people of Carefree Manor disappeared into the depths of the black fog. Zhuowen was the only one left standing silently. Roar! 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 Suddenly, shadows came out from the depths of the black fog. They let out horrifying howls and rushed toward Zhuowen. They wanted to tear Zhuowen into pieces. When the shadows approached Zhuowen, a mysterious purple-gold aura surged out of Zhuowen's body. It was like a real dragon that surrounded him. The evil spirits that rushed toward Zhuowen were all refined by the purple-gold aura. The evil spirits that did not come close hid far away. They did not dare to get close to Zhuowen. Ren Xiaoyao, are you trying to kill me? Zhuowen's gaze was very cold. The moment Ren Xiaoyao and the others took out the stone statues and quickly left, Zhuowen understood that Ren Xiaoyao and the others had only brought him here to let him die here. They didn't really want to take him to Fallen Star Mountain. Unfortunately, the evil spirits had no effect on him at all. In this abyss, Zhuowen was like a fish in water. He would not be restricted by any evil spirits. Zhuowen moved forward slowly. The purple-gold aura surrounded him. constantly refining the evil spirits around him. There were so many evil spirits here that it was just enough for him to cultivate. In the depths of the black fog, Rin Xiaoyao and the others carried the stone statues and kept running. The middle-aged man in armor followed Ren Xiaoyao. He said with some worry, "Manor Master, if this man doesn't die and goes back to Hongwu Shengzhen to complain about us, then our carefree manor will be in trouble." Ren Xiaoyao sneered and said, "There are many evil spirits in this abyss around Mount Fallen Star, and there is no lack of ever-level evil spirits. This man has no light source, so he can't live for long. Moreover, even if he's lucky enough to survive, he won't be able to escape. The nearest teleportation portal is our carefree manor. Moreover, I've arranged men outside. If he escapes, he'll immediately be killed by our men." The middle-aged man nodded and was relieved. He felt that Rin Xiaoyao's arrangement was reasonable. In this way, Zhuowen could not escape even if he had wings. "Manor Master, you said before that if we want to get the Heart of Stars, it's best to have 3 God Domain Change powerhouses. Carefree Manor only has 2. Isn't it a bit risky to get the Heart of Stars this time?" The middle-aged man said in a deep voice. Ren Xiaoyao smiled bitterly and said, "I put all my hope on Hongwu Shengzhen. I thought he would send a core disciple so we could get 3 God Domain Change powerhouses. But I didn't expect that a trash outer disciple would come. And the Heart of Stars can't be delayed any longer. If we do, we won't have a chance. Now, we have to try even if it's risky. Whether we can get the Heart of Stars or not. Success or failure depends on this." Hearing this, the middle-aged man was silent and just followed Rin Xiaoyao silently. Not long after Zhuowen, Rin Xiaoyao, and the others entered the dark abyss, a bloated figure suddenly appeared on the top of a nearby mountain. If Zhuowen were here, he would definitely recognize this bloated figure. It was Ma Yujie, whom he hadn't seen for a long time. Ma Yujie's small eyes rolled around, and his gaze fell on the 3 starry mountains in the center of the abyss. He muttered in a low voice, "God damn it! The passage to the ancient star system in the 100 outer territories has been closed. Those damn Archean gods, they're so arrogant that they did such a disgraceful thing. Damn it! I can only look for the primordial stone and enter the ancient star system with it." Chapter 3943. In the depths of the abyss, Zhuowen slowly walked forward. A purple-gold aura surrounded his body, constantly refining the evil spirits around him. When Zhuowen walked to the center of the abyss, the Tai word stone hidden in the depths of the great world suddenly lit up with a blazing purple light and trembled violently. Zhuowen stopped. He thought for a moment and carefully sensed it. He realized that the Tai word stone buried deep in the great world was about to break free from its control. It was as if something was summoning the Tai word stone. What's going on? Zhuowen was bewildered. It was the first time that Zhuowen had seen such a huge reaction from the Tai word stone. Moreover, he realized that the Tai word stone's reaction was getting bigger and bigger. The entire great world was trembling as if it would collapse at any moment. Zhuowen knew that he had to suppress the Tai word stone's reaction. Otherwise, the great world would probably collapse. That was not a good thing. After Zhuowen barely stabilized the great world, a strong purple light suddenly rushed out from the depths of the great world. The surrounding black fog seemed to be afraid of the purple light and retreated. The purple light spread out for a full 10 miles, dispelling the surrounding darkness. Zhuowen seemed to have sensed something. He turned around and saw that there was also a purple light 10 miles behind him. The purple light spread out, forming a purple light area that overlapped with the purple light area of the Tai word stone. Zhuowen could clearly feel that the Tai word stone was trembling even more violently, as if it was very excited. Another primordial stone. Zhuowen's pupils shrank. He immediately thought of something. He knew that only the primordial stone, which originated from the same source, could cause such a violent reaction from the Tai word stone. Moreover, he could vaguely see a figure in the center of another purple light area behind him. His eyes were filled with killing intent. He knew that the second primordial stone had been obtained by someone else. This thing was too important to him. He would not allow anyone else to obtain it. Zhuowen forcibly suppressed the Tai word stone's reaction and rushed toward the purple light behind him. A terrifying aura surged out. The figure in the purple light behind him was also stunned. Then he rushed toward Zhuowen. He had obviously guessed that Zhuowen also possessed a primordial stone. Sun God! Zhuowen immediately summoned the sun god and fused it into his body. His body became crystal clear, and his flesh and blood shone like jade. Boom! At the intersection of the two purple light regions, Zhuowen and the figure fiercely punched each other. The terrifying fist force swept out, and the surrounding space sounded like a terrifying explosion. The air was torn apart, and the space collapsed. Zhuowen's expression changed slightly. He let out a muffled groan and retreated dozens of steps. Wherever he passed, the ground cracked and the earth trembled. That figure didn't gain the slightest advantage either. He retreated dozens of meters away with a similarly shocked expression. Zhuowen looked ahead and found that the figure was extremely bloated. It was most likely a fatty. As the purple light was too intense, he couldn't see the other party's appearance clearly. He could only see the rough outline of the figure, and for some reason, Zhuowen felt a sense of familiarity with this bloated fatty. F*CK, the primordial stone, is mine. Watch me beat you to death. The fatty opposite him let out a fierce voice and pounced on Zhuowen again. Zhuowen snorted coldly. This fatty was really arrogant. He actually wanted to beat him to death. Bang, bang, bang. The two of them started to fight again. Colorful energy ripples burst out like fireworks. It was very colorful, dazzling and dazzling. The two of them were almost equally matched. They fought for a long time. Zhuowen also found that the fatty seemed to be cultivating the primordial technique. The power he used was the primordial divine power. The purple light was extremely terrifying. I'll beat you to death today. The fatty was flustered and exasperated. He took out a red bracelet. The bracelet looked extremely simple, as if it had been covered in dust for countless years. There were many small patterns on the surface. They were outlined and combined with each other. It was extremely extraordinary. The moment the bracelet was taken out, Zhuowen's pupils couldn't help but shrink. This was because the aura emitted by the bracelet was too terrifying. It was as if it could destroy everything. Rank 5 astral weapon. Zhuowen couldn't believe it. He was too familiar with this aura because he also had a rank 5 astral weapon. Its aura was extremely terrifying. It was somewhat similar to the aura of this bracelet. Hee, kid, it seems like you know what's good for you. Since you know that this is a rank 5 astral weapon, you'd better obediently hand over the primordial stone on you. I might spare your life and let you go. The fatty opposite him sounded more and more proud. He even sounded a little smug. Zhuowen narrowed his eyes. From the beginning, he felt that this fatty was very familiar. Now that this guy was close, he immediately remembered when he spoke. Wasn't this fatty Ma Yujie? Back then, after this guy tricked him, he left the lower realm and disappeared. He didn't expect to actually meet this guy here again. Ma Yujie? Zhuowen asked probingly. What? You actually know this fatty's name? Who are you? It can't be that bastard Zhuowen who just won't leave, right? Ma Yujie shouted. Zhuowen's face immediately darkened. What was this damn fatty talking about? He actually scolded him the moment he opened his mouth. Was his resentment towards him so deep? Damn fatty, I'm Zhuowen. You bastard, actually slandering me like this. Zhuowen said loudly. Ma Yujie was shocked. Due to the purple light, he couldn't see Zhuowen's face. Now that he listened carefully, he discovered that it was indeed Zhuowen's voice. Hee. So it's Brother Zhuo. It's really a small world. We can also be considered brothers in hardship. You actually have a primordial stone on you. It's really timely help. You and I are brothers. I won't make things difficult for you. You hand that stone to me, and we'll go our separate ways. We won't interfere in each other's business. Ma Yujia said with a chuckle. Zhuowen sneered in his heart. This damn fatty was simply lying through his teeth. Who was his brother in hardship? Who would provide him with timely help? Brother Ma, I'm in a much more difficult situation than you. The primordial stone is too important to me. How about this? You hand over your primordial stone to me. Then you can scram, and I won't pursue the matter. Zhuowen said. Ma Yujia was flustered and exasperated. This Zhuowen actually still dared to be arrogant in front of him. Brother Zhuo, don't you see this bracelet in my hand? This is a genuine Tier 5 astral weapon. Beating you is like beating a mouse. It can easily destroy you. Chapter 3944. Zhuowen sneered in his heart. He took a few steps back and shook his head. I said that I won't hand over the primordial stone. On the contrary, the primordial stone on you is mine. As he spoke, Zhuowen took out the purple gold sword embryo. Instantly, a blazing purple gold light soared into the sky like a long rainbow, sprinkling down and illuminating the sky. Streaks of terrifying purple gold sword chi circled around the sword embryo like agile little fish, constantly swimming and emitting a power that was difficult to look at. Rank 5 astral weapon. You actually have one too. Ma Yujia immediately had an incessant headache. No wonder this Zhuowen not only didn't flee after he took out a rank 5 astral weapon, but instead stayed where he was. So it turned out that this fellow had sufficient confidence. Let's stop for the time being. Even if we fight, both of us will suffer in the end. There's no need to fight, Ma Yujia hurriedly said. Zhuowen said coldly, we have to fight. The primordial stone is too important to me. It's related to my future cultivation. Ma Yujia said in surprise. Looks like you've also cultivated the primordial technique. Yes, but the primordial technique in my primordial stone is incomplete. If I can't find the complete technique, it'll be difficult for me to continue breaking through. Zhuowen said with a frown. Ma Yujia chuckled. You should have the first primordial stone, the grand word stone, right? I have the ancient word stone, and the technique recorded on it is the follow-up technique recorded on your stone. Zhuowen's eyes narrowed and killing intent surged. The purple gold sword embryo floating beside him surged with an extremely strong purple gold sword chi, as if it was about to attack Ma Yujia immediately. Brother Zhuo, don't be rash. I'm telling you this because I want to cooperate with you. Ma Yujia said. Zhuowen sneered. This Ma Yujia always wanted to trick him every time he cooperated with him. He would be a fool if he believed him. When Ma Yujia saw that Zhuowen didn't say anything and that the purple gold sword embryo was still releasing a sharp sword light, he knew that Zhuowen didn't believe him. Brother Zhuo, I can swear to the heavens that I sincerely wish to cooperate with you this time. Moreover, don't you want the follow-up to the primordial grand mist technique? There's a follow-up cultivation method in the ancient word stone on me. You and I can exchange cultivation methods. That way, you can continue cultivating, right? Ma Yujia said. Hearing this, Zhuowen was tempted. Although the primordial grand mist stone itself was a supreme treasure and was extremely beneficial to Zhuowen's comprehension ability, what Zhuowen needed the most right now was the cultivation method of the primordial grand mist technique. If you give me the cultivation method in the ancient word stone, I will cooperate with you, Zhuowen said. Ma Yujia sneered. It's impossible for me to hand it over to you. You and I have to exchange it. This is the basis of cooperation. Hearing this, Zhuowen thought about it and finally still agreed to Ma Yujia. He also knew that even if he gave it his all, he might not be able to defeat Ma Yujia, let alone obtain the primordial grand mist stone on him. Following that, the two people each extracted a portion of the primordial grand mist technique's cultivation method on them, made it into jade slips, and then exchanged. After Zhuowen obtained Ma Yujia's jade slip, he carefully checked and deduced. Only after discovering that there were no mistakes did he put it away with ease. Only after he looked at Ma Yujia's cultivation method did he know the specific division of the great carefree realm after the heaven-breaking realm. There were not many great carefree realms, only 4. They were respectively universe, grand tribulation, universe aspect, reverse ancient starlight, and myriad techniques returned to 1. And Ma Yujia's cultivation method could only be cultivated until universe, grand tribulation. At the same time that Zhuowen checked the jade slip, Ma Yujia was also checking carefully. Only after discovering that there were no mistakes did he put it away in satisfaction. While Zhuowen stared at Ma Yujia, he said in a low voice, "Brother Ma, back then, you told me that you came from the ancient era. The ancient era that you spoke of, is it the ancient star system?" Ma Yujia's eyes flickered, and he said, "Why are you suddenly asking about this?" "I'm just curious. The ancient star system has existed since time immemorial. Even a high-level world like the 100 Outer Realms is so insignificant and lowly in front of the ancient star system. If Brother Ma really came from the ancient star system, then isn't that too embarrassing for the ancient star system?" Zhuowen said with a faint smile. Ma Yujia was furious and said, "What the hell do you know? Back then, I was also one of the incomparably noble ancient gods. It's all my fault for taking a wrong step and failing to cross the primordial cataclysm, almost dying and doubt dissipating. You don't understand the terror of the primordial cataclysm at all. The majority of ancient gods might not be able to cross the primordial cataclysm. I could still reincarnate after failing to cross the cataclysm. It's already very impressive." Soon, Ma Yujia realized something and quickly shut up. He glared fiercely at Zhuowen and said, "Brat, you're tricking me." Zhuowen shrugged, but he was quite shocked in his heart. He didn't expect Ma Yujia to be a god from the ancient star system back then. Although he didn't know much about the ancient star system, he had heard of the ancient gods in the 100 Outer Realms. It was said that the creatures in the ancient star system were the ancient gods. They were extremely rare, and each of them was an extremely terrifying existence. They could destroy the 100 Outer Realms with a flip of their hand. Ma Yujia actually had such an extraordinary origin. No wonder this damn fatty's methods were so powerful. Even Zhuowen was suppressed by this damn fatty. Zhuowen was also very curious about the so-called primordial cataclysm, but he deliberately probed later. Ma Yujia kept silent and didn't want to tell Zhuowen more about the ancient star system. There is still a primordial stone in the primordial cave of Falling Star Mountain. If you and I want to obtain this primordial stone, we must work together. Ma Yujia said to Zhuowen as he advanced, "How should we distribute this primordial stone?" Zhuowen asked, "It belongs to whoever gets it. However, the party who gets it must share the incantation on it. This is the basis of our cooperation." Ma Yujia said. Zhuowen nodded. Ma Yujia's suggestion was very reasonable. Moreover, the two of them had already sworn to the heavenly Tao that they wouldn't act recklessly in the fight for the third primordial stone. While Ma Yujia and Zhuowen were still traveling in the dark abyss, Rin Xiaoyao and the others had already arrived outside Fallen Star Mountain. The 3 Fallen Star Mountains pierced the clouds. They were jade-like and shone with specks of starlight. They were gorgeous and colorful. The area around Fallen Star Mountain was shrouded in starlight. No evil spirits dared to come close. Therefore, the people of Carefree Mountain Villa kept the stone statues. Ren Xiaoyao came to the gap between 2 of the mountains. His eyes were solemn as he took out a golden talisman and threw it out. The talisman emitted a dazzling golden light and landed between the 2 mountains. Instantly, violent ripples appeared there, like water ripples, spreading out in all directions. After a while, The ripple stopped, and a ring as tall as a person appeared. Be quick, this talisman won't last long. Chapter 39:45. Zhuowen and Ma Yujie ran for an hour in the dark abyss and finally arrived at the periphery of the Fallen Star Mountain. The Fallen Star Mountain is more dangerous than the dark abyss. Brother Zhua, be careful when you enter later. Ma Yujie said in a deep voice. Zhuowen nodded. He didn't need Ma Yujie to remind him. He also knew how terrifying the Fallen Star Mountain was. Ma Yujie walked to the gap between the two mountains and stopped. He slowly pressed his right hand on it. Suddenly, a formless ripple spread out and blocked his right hand from touching it. There is a layer of natural restriction between the three Fallen Star Mountains. It is extremely extraordinary. Ma Yujie took out a bronze mirror from his spirit ring. The surface of the mirror was rusty and covered with copper rust. It looked very strange. Zhuowen's eyes narrowed. He could feel that this bronze mirror was also an astral weapon. Moreover, it was a rank 4 astral weapon. This Ma Yujie was really not simple. He took out 2 astral weapons casually and had an immemorial primordial stone on him. He really didn't know how this fatty found so many treasures. A green energy beam erupted from the bronze mirror and landed on the Fallen Star Mountain. Immediately, the energy ripples on the surface collapsed, and a hole as tall as a person was blasted out. Ma Yujie walked in quickly, and Zhuowen followed closely behind. After the two of them entered, Ma Yujie put away the bronze mirror, and the hole on the surface of the Fallen Star Mountain closed again. What a terrifying pressure! The moment he entered the range of the Fallen Star Mountain, Zhuowen's pupils shrank. He only felt an endless pressure covering his body, as if countless mountains were smashing on his shoulders. His legs bent slightly, and he groaned. He had to merge his yang spirit to barely straighten up. But even so, it was extremely difficult for him to lift his feet. It was as if there was a heavy weight on his legs that made it impossible for him to lift them. What frightened Zhua, when even more, was that the air of Fallen Star Mountain was filled with specks of dust that looked like specks of starlight. These specks of dust were attached to the surface of his skin, and they were like vampires that were constantly sucking his flesh and blood. Zhua could sense with great clarity that his blood essence was being devoured by the starlight dust and drained away. Brother Zhua, don't touch the starlight dust. Use your astral weapon and cover yourself with its power. Ma Yujie's voice sounded out. Zhuowen looked over and saw that at some point Ma Yujie had taken out the blood-red bracelet. Waves of red energy rippled out from the bracelet and circled around his body like a red protective shield. The red energy blocked the starlight and dust in the Fallen Star Mountain. Zhuowen inwardly cursed Ma Yujie's craftiness. This guy had probably already made preparations beforehand, so the moment he entered the Falling Star Mountain, he brought out a rank 5 astral weapon. Zhuowen did not hesitate to take out the purple gold sword embryo. The purple gold sword chi was like a ripple that enveloped his body, blocking the starlight and dust in the surroundings. At the same time, Zhuowen stimulated his own divine power and forced out all of the starlight dust on the surface of his skin. He used the purple gold sword chi to annihilate all of them. Although Zhuowen took out the purple gold sword embryo in time, he still felt powerless. He knew that he had lost too much blood just now. His blood essence had been sucked out by the starlight dust. This made him extremely shocked. In just a short while, his blood essence had been sucked out so much. He was very afraid of the starlight dust. Fortunately, the starlight dust was restrained by the aura of the astral weapon. After Zhuowen took out the purple gold sword embryo, the starlight dust in the surroundings dispersed and did not dare to gather. The area of the valley formed by the 3 Fallen Star Mountains was not big, but it was not small either. Other than being filled with dense starlight dust, there were many unknown plants with specks of starlight. 10 miles in front of the valley, there was a small pool of water. This small pool of water was speckled with starlight, as if many stars were reflected in the small pool. When Zhuo Wen and Ma Yujie arrived at the edge of the pool, they both stopped in their tracks. Their eyes were filled with bewilderment, because they found that there were corpses floating in the pool of water. These corpses were extremely miserable. They were dry and skinny. They were mummies. Obviously, these people had been exposed to the starlight dust, had their blood essence sucked out, and had been poured into the small pool of water to die. From the clothes of these people, Zhuo Wen could see that these people were the people of the carefree villa who had entered the fallen star mountain before him. Zhuo Wen glanced around and found that these mummies were basically ordinary practitioners of the carefree villa. Ren Xiaoyao, the middle-aged man, Ren Rome, and other elites were not among these mummies. Ma Yujie looked around the small pool, and his eyes became extremely dignified. He clicked his tongue in wonder. Zhuo Wen glanced at the small pool. Although he was puzzled about the whereabouts of Ren Xiaoyao and the others, he did not think too much about it. His gaze landed on the fallen star mountain at the front of the small pool. At the foot of the mountain there was a cave. The cave was sparkling with starlight, as if it was a world of pure starlight. Zhuo Wen's eyes were bright. He knew that this cave should be the Grand Primordium Cave. The third primordial stone was in the depths of this Grand Primordium Cave. TSK. If I'm not wrong, there should be some kind of treasure in the depths of this pool. Otherwise, these people wouldn't have died in the pool of water so strangely, Ma Yujie said. When he heard that, Zhuo Wen's gaze also landed on the pool. Ma Yujie was right. These people of the carefree villa were all floating in the pool. There were no corpses on the shore. That was strange. Furthermore, apart from this pool, there was only the Grand Primordium Cave in front of this valley. According to Zhuo Wen's speculation, Ren Xiaoyao and the others should be at the bottom of the pool. Could it be that the heart of stars that Ren Xiaoyao mentioned previously is at the bottom of this pool? Zhuo Wen's eyes flickered. Previously, Ren Xiaoyao had casually mentioned the heart of stars in front of him. Although Zhuo Wen was not clear what the heart of stars was, he could also sense from Ren Xiaoyao's tone that the heart of stars was absolutely not an ordinary treasure. Brother Zhuo, are you interested in entering this deep pool to explore together? Ma Yujie said with a chuckle. Zhuo Wen's eyes flickered and said, the content of our cooperation seems to only be the primordial stone, right? Ma Yujie shrugged and secretly praised Zhuo Wen for being cautious in his heart. He continued, you and I can make a cooperation contract again. This way you can trust me, right? Zhuo Wen nodded and signed a contract with Ma Yujie again. He also swore to the heavenly Tao. Only then did the two of them plunge into the deep pool with a splash. Ma Yujie was seriously too cunning. Zhuo Wen had to be on guard. Hence, he wanted the two of them to sign a contract before exploring this pool with him. Chapter 3946. The purplish gold sword embryo revolved around Zhuo Wen's body as purplish gold sword chi spread out. The surrounding pool water avoided it as though it was the plague, not daring to approach Zhuo Wen. Suddenly, a figure floated up from the bottom of the pool. Zhuo Wen narrowed his eyes as the purplish gold sword embryo beside him shot out a purplish gold sword chi and blasted the figure. Bang! The figure sank nearly 100 meters under the sword chi and floated up again. It didn't even make a sound and was lifeless. Zhuo Wen and Ma Yujie looked at each other and carefully avoided the figure. When the figure floated close to the two of them, Zhuo Wen saw that the figure had been dead for a long time. Zhuo Wen looked carefully and realized that it was an old woman. Her entire body was shriveled and devoured by the starlight dust, turning into a dried corpse. Zhuo Wen also knew this old woman. She was a high-ranking cultivator of the carefree manor and had extraordinary strength. Looking at the state of this corpse, it was likely that she had died not long ago. Zhuo Wen's eyes turned serious. It seemed that the depths of the pool were not simple. He had to be more careful. About an hour later, Zhuowen and Ma Yujie arrived at the bottom of the pool. They saw a blazing starlight rising from the bottom, shining brightly. The area at the bottom of the pool was very large. In the center, there was actually a small hill. This small hill was completely golden, as if it was made of shining gold. At the top of the hill, there were 3 palm-sized irregular crystals lying quietly. The surface of these crystals sparkled with starlight and surged with endless starlight, illuminating the entire pool. Heart of stars! Zhuowen's eyes lit up. He immediately recognized that these sparkling crystals were the heart of stars. He also realized that the heart of stars was filled with extremely rich, chaotic energy. He was a mile away from the heart of stars, but he could still feel such rich, chaotic energy. It was obvious how rich the chaotic energy contained in the heart of stars was. It's actually the heart of stars. This Lord Fatty is really blessed. I actually came across a heart of stars. This is the best source of energy for cultivation. It's so much better than hundreds and thousands of top-grade chaos spiritual veins. Ma Yujie's eyes burned with passion as he licked his lips and chuckled. At this time, there were 4 figures around the small hill. They were jointly summoning a large bronze cauldron and were using it to collect the 3 heart of stars on the hill. However, the small hill was not ordinary. It emitted endless divine light and blocked the large bronze cauldron, protecting the 3 heart of stars. Zhuowen and Ma Yujie's arrival naturally attracted the 4 people's attention. It's you? You're actually not dead. Ren Xiaoyao was the first to react. He looked at Zhuowen, who was beside Ma Yujie in disbelief. Immediately after, the middle-aged man and Ren Rong beside him also looked at Zhuowen in disbelief. In addition, the other person was also an old man with impressive strength. He was also at the early stage of the God domain transformation. His strength was impressive. Grandfather, you too continue to collect the heart of stars. Leave these 2 to me. Ren Rong withdrew her hand and left the golden mountain. She turned into a streak of light and landed in front of Zhuowen and Ma Yujie. I really didn't expect that you, a Hangu Shengzhen's outer disciple, could actually come here and not die. I admire your luck. But your good luck ends here. Both of you will die here. Ren Rong's beautiful eyes were filled with disdain. She raised her chin like a proud peacock. She didn't put Zhuowen and Ma Yujie in her eyes. Ren Xiaoyao's eyelids twitched. He stared fixedly at the purple gold sword embryo and crimson bracelet around Zhuowen and Ma Yujie's bodies. He was shocked. He realized that whether it was the purple gold sword embryo or the crimson bracelet, the aura on their surface was extremely terrifying. It was much more terrifying than his bronze cauldron. His bronze cauldron was already a grade 4 astral weapon. The aura of these 2 people's astral weapons was stronger than his bronze cauldron. They were definitely grade 5 astral weapons. Rong, come back quickly. You are no match for the 2 of them. Ren Xiaoyao roared. Ren Rong didn't care and said, Grandpa, don't worry. I can get rid of these 2 good-for-nothings easily. In Ren Rong's view, Zhuowen was a Hangu Shengzhen's outer disciple, and his cultivation must not have reached the yin-yang change. Ma Yujie was traveling with Zhuowen, so his cultivation was naturally not very good. But she never thought that the 2 of them could come here and not die. How could it be easy? Go to hell, you 2 good-for-nothings. Ren Rong took out a divine sword shining with divine light. She rushed toward Zhuowen and Ma Yujie as fast as lightning. She slashed out with the sword in her right hand. The terrifying sword light spread out and completely enveloped the 2 of them in endless sword light. You're courting death. Ma Yujie snorted coldly. With a thought, a crimson light rushed out of the crimson bracelet. It was extremely fast and instantly pierced through Ren Rong's glabella. Ren Rong didn't even rush to the 2 of them. Her glabella was pierced, and her divine soul was destroyed. She fell to the ground from midair and was surrounded by countless starlight dust. No. Wronger. Ren Xiaoyao was furious. The bronze cauldron above his head was even more unstable and shook violently. Villa Master, calm down. The middle-aged man and the old man's faces changed greatly. They quickly stabilized the bronze cauldron. Now they were in a difficult situation. If they removed the bronze cauldron like this, they would have no chance to seize the heart of stars. And the two of them were also full of horror. Wasn't Zhuowen an outer disciple of Hongwu Shengzhen? Why did he have such a terrifying astral weapon? Was it something that an outer disciple could have? Get out of here. These 3 star cores are mine for sure. Ma Yujie shouted arrogantly at the 3 of them with his nose in the air. Ren Xiaoyao finally calmed down. He took a deep breath and glanced at Zhuowen coldly. Then he looked at Ma Yujie and said politely, "Fellow cultivator, I'm from Carefree Villa. I think you must have heard of it. You and I have no grudges. Please leave. I, Ren Xiaoyao, will not make things difficult for you." Ma Yujie raised his head even higher. His nose was about to reach the back. He said disdainfully, "What Carefree Villa? I've never heard of it. What kind of rubbish is that? Do you think I'll leave just because you ask me to? Do you think I don't care about my reputation?" Ren Xiaoyao's face suddenly darkened. This damn fatty was too arrogant. He ridiculed Carefree Villa and didn't take him seriously at all. "Fellow cultivator, don't go too far. You and I have no grudges. There's no need to become enemies because of this. After all, Carefree Villa is not a small sect." Ren Xiaoyao said. Chapter 3947. Manor Lord, we can only give up on the heart of stars. The 2 of them are eyeing us covetously. If we continue, they might take advantage of us. The middle-aged man transmitted his voice to Ren Xiaoyao. Although Ren Xiaoyao was unwilling to give up, he knew that the middle-aged man was right. They had to do their best to get the heart of stars. Once he successfully obtained the heart of the stars, Ma Yujie and Zhuowen would definitely make a move. That was simply not worth it. It was better to deal with Ma Yujie and Zhuowen first before thinking of a way to obtain the heart of the stars. Ren Xiaoyao snorted and put away the bronze cauldron. After the bronze cauldron was put away, the boundless divine brilliance on the small hill in the depths of the sea receded and returned to normal. Then Ren Xiaoyao, the middle-aged man, and another old man looked coldly at Ma Yujie and Zhuowen. Ma Yujie waved his hand and said impatiently, "You can get lost. Don't show up in front of me again. Believe it or not, I'll slap you to death. You're courting death." The middle-aged man was furious, and a blazing power erupted from his body. A huge domain surged out from him, and countless Gung Jin sword shadows spread out. Zhuowen looked serious. The Carefree Manor was indeed extraordinary. There were 3 God Domain Change realm powerhouses, and the middle-aged man was an early-stage God Domain Change realm powerhouse. Trash! Ma Yujie cursed loudly, but his eyes revealed a wary expression. He took out the crimson bracelet in his hand, and endless crimson light gushed out, after which it condensed into a crimson light spot, which shot out explosively towards the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man snorted and threw out a palm with his right hand. Suddenly, endless Gung Jin Chi formed terrifying golden sword shadows and shot toward Ma Yujie. Bang! 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 The crimson light spot and the golden sword shadows collided, and an unprecedented tsunami erupted from the bottom of the pool. The surrounding pool water rotated at high speed and formed terrifying water dragons that flowed rapidly. The red dot of light looked ordinary, but its power was surprisingly great. With a flash of red light, the red dot of light pierced through the middle-aged man's domain and shot toward his glabella. The middle-aged man's pupils shrank. His reaction wasn't slow, and he hurriedly dodged. However, the red light spot was too fast. Although he managed to avoid being hit in the vitals, his shoulder was pierced through. The intense heat burned his right hand and even his shoulder into ashes. The middle-aged man screamed and smashed into a small hill behind him. Instantly, the small hill erupted with boundless divine radiance. The divine radiance was too terrifying. It was like a tsunami that drowned the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man screamed again and again. He barely managed to leave the small hill, but his entire body was covered with terrifying injuries. He spat out a mouthful of blood and fainted. Mother asterisk cur. What's the origin of this underwater hill? It's so terrifying. Ma Yujia's eyes were filled with dread as he looked at the small hill that held the 3 star cores. Rin Xiaoyao and the old man's expressions changed slightly. The old man hurriedly helped the middle-aged man up, his eyes full of shock and anger. They didn't expect that the early god realm transformation middle-aged man was actually not a match for Ma Yujia. The red bracelet on your hand is really a rank 5 astral weapon. Rin Xiaoyao frowned slightly. He knew how terrifying a rank 5 astral weapon was. Even if he had a rank 4 astral weapon, he was still unwilling to fight a rank 5 astral weapon head-on. Moreover, a rank 5 astral weapon was extremely difficult to control. This person was able to use it so skillfully. It was obvious that this fatty strength was extremely powerful. Ma Yujia was full of self-satisfaction. He said, "Old man, at least you have some knowledge. This is a rank 5 astral weapon. If you know what's good for you, you'd better get lost. Otherwise, this fatty will attack you." Rin Xiaoyao's expression was ugly, but he quickly calmed down. He said in a deep voice, "Fellow Taoist, how about we join forces? As long as we join forces and obtain the star cores, I'll only take one and give the other 2 to you. However, before we obtain the star cores, we'll join forces and get rid of this young man beside you. He is Hongwu Shengzhen's disciple. If he returns alive and tells Hongwu Shengzhen, the news of us obtaining the star cores will be exposed." Ren Xiaoyao pointed at Zhuowen beside Ma Yujia, his eyes full of biting, cold, killing intent. Zhuowen narrowed his eyes and looked coldly at Rin Xiaoyao. This Rin Xiaoyao was really a villain. At the beginning, he let him enter the fallen star mountain, left him alone, and let him die in the evil charm of the fallen star mountain. Now that he saw that he was not dead, he actually planned to join forces with Ma Yujia to kill him. His heart was really vicious. Ma Yujia also revealed a strange expression, but he did not speak. Instead, he looked at Ran Xiaoyao with ridicule. Presumably, this Rin Xiaoyao also did not realize that the purple gold sword embryo that revolved around Zhuo Wen's body was also a 5th rank star weapon. Or perhaps Ren Xiaoyao realized that the purple gold sword embryo on Zhuo Wen's body was a rank 5 astral weapon. It was just that he knew that he and Zhuo Wen had formed enmity, so he wanted to eliminate Zhuo Wen as soon as possible. Rin Xiaoyao also felt that Ma Yujia's expression was a little strange. His heart skipped a beat. He wanted to continue to persuade Ma Yujia, but he was interrupted by Zhuo Wen. "Villa Master Rin, I accepted Hongwu Shengzhen's task and came to help you with good intentions, but you hid something from me. After entering the fallen star mountain, you even abandoned me and let the endless evil charm devour me. Now I'm not dead. I'm in front of you, but you still don't repent and want to join forces with Brother Ma to kill me. I just want to ask you a question. From the beginning to the end, have I, Zhuo Wen, ever harmed you or anyone in your carefree villa?" Zhuo Wen's voice was calm, but his body slowly surged with a terrifying aura, as if the beast sleeping in his body was gradually waking up. A terrifying killing intent that seemed to have materialized surged from his eyes. His aura was like boiling water, causing the water in the surrounding pool to boil. Ren Xiaoyao was stunned. Zhuo Wen was right. From the beginning to the end, the latter had never done anything to hurt the carefree villa. Everything he did was against Zhuo Wen. From the very beginning, he had thought that Zhuo Wen was a weak piece of trash who had abandoned him at Fallen Star Mountain and allowed him to die there. Now, seeing that Zhuo Wen was not dead and had a rank 5 astral weapon, he subconsciously thought that Zhuo Wen would take revenge on him. So he proposed to join forces with Ma Yujie to kill Zhuowen. Even his granddaughter, Rin Rong, was not killed by Zhuowen, but by Ma Yujie. But Rin Xiaoyao also knew that now he had completely offended Zhuowen. The two sides had formed a deadly feud, and this matter could no longer be settled peacefully. Fellow cultivator, please join forces with us to kill this man. Ren Xiaoyao gritted his teeth and cupped his fists to Ma Yujie. Zhuowen grinned, looked at Ma Yujie and said, "Brother Ma, do you want to join forces with them to kill me?" Chapter 3948. Zhuowen smiled slightly. He knew that Ma Yujie had already expressed his stance. As for the *T that this guy said about being friends, he completely ignored it. "Then you and I will kill these 3 people together," Zhuowen said. "Of course." Ma Yujie agreed readily. He knew how terrifying a rank 5 astral weapon was. Although Zhuowen's realm was not high, with the help of the rank 5 astral weapon, his strength surpassed Rin Xiaoyao's. He had fought with Zhuowen many times and knew that this guy was a heaven-defying existence. In addition, Zhuowen also had the primordial stone. He didn't want to be enemies with Zhuowen. It was too strenuous. Rin Xiaoyao's face turned pale. Ma Yujie had a rank 5 astral weapon, which was already very troublesome for him. In addition, Zhuowen also had a rank 5 astral weapon. How could they fight? Wait, let's give up the Heart of Stars and retreat. Rin Xiaoyao hurriedly said. Too late. Zhuowen sneered. He stomped his right foot and blocked Rin Xiaoyao's retreat. The purple-gold sword embryo flickered with a blazing golden light. Sword qi surrounded Zhuowen's body, making him look like a god. Ma Yujie twisted his fat body. The red bracelet emitted a blazing red light, like an inextinguishable flame, shining brightly at the bottom of the pool. Rin Xiaoyao and the old man's faces turned green. They never thought that things would turn out like this. Kill! Zhuowen's eyes burst with killing intent. Like 2 terrifying killing swords, he rushed toward Rin Xiaoyao and the old man. The purple-gold sword embryo was like a golden lightning bolt, rushing toward Rin Xiaoyao and the old man. Ma Yujie chuckled and rushed over from the front. The red bracelet emitted a terrifying red light, like an inextinguishable flame, surging and sweeping over. Rin Xiaoyao shouted, took out the bronze cauldron, and rushed toward Zhuowen. He knew that he could only give it his all. Otherwise, he would be killed by the 2 of them. Elderlin, you go and deal with that fatty. You must hold him back. After I kill him, I'll come and help you. Rin Xiaoyao sent a message to the old man before he rushed out. The old man's face was pale. He did not have a powerful astral weapon on him. Wasn't it the same as sending him to his death to deal with Ma Yujie? However, the old man also knew that he had no other choice. Zhuowen's eyes were cold. He silently watched Rin Xiaoyao rush over. He pointed the sword in his right hand forward. Suddenly, the purple-gold sword embryo buzzed and turned into a golden lightning bolt, flying toward Rin Xiaoyao. Rin Xiaoyao's pupils constricted slightly. He took out the bronze cauldron and placed it in front of him. Thousands of green rays of light rushed out, and the sound of bells and cauldrons rang out. Bang! The purple-gold sword embryo slashed at the bronze cauldron, and a terrifying sword qi swept out like a storm, forcing the bronze cauldron to retreat. Ding, ding, ding. The purple-gold sword embryo quickly slashed out dozens of times. Each sword was filled with sharp power, forcing the bronze cauldron to retreat. Rin Xiaoyao's face turned red. When the bronze cauldron retreated, he was also forced to retreat. Waves of invisible sword intent followed the surface of the bronze cauldron and passed to his hands, and even his whole body like maggots in tarsal bones. Puff! Rin Xiaoyao suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was frighteningly pale. He roared and released his god domain. Rolling divine power surged out like a torrential river. Rin Xiaoyao's god domain was a black sea. The sea was filled with monstrous tsunamis. The sky was covered with dark clouds and black lightning flickered. It was like giant black snakes circling the dark clouds. Ren Xiaoyao stood in the sky above the Black Sea. His pale long hair fluttered in the wind. He was like a demon god, insufferably arrogant. Dawen, I want you to die. Ren Xiaoyao roared again and again. The rolling divine power that erupted from him caused the bronze cauldron to emit a terrifying green light. It forced the purple-gold sword embryo to retreat and fly back to Zhuan's side. Whoosh! The bronze cauldron crossed the void with an unparalleled momentum. In the blink of an eye, it rushed over and enveloped Zhuan's head. It was like a huge mountain falling from the sky, and it could crush Zhuan into pieces at any time. The violent wind blew. Zhuan's clothes fluttered in the wind, and his short, shoulder-length hair fluttered wantonly. Zhuan held the purple-gold sword embryo in one hand. With a long roar, he held the sword in his right hand and slashed out fiercely. Clang! The purple-gold sword embryo stood on the surface of the bronze cauldron. It was as if the whole world had stopped. Sight, sound, and touch seemed to have been stripped away. At this moment, he couldn't feel anything. Soon, there was a shocking explosion. The purple-gold sword embryo erupted with a shocking sword intent. The purple-gold light rushed above the pool, out of the pool into the sky and broke through the sky. Crack! Endless cracks appeared on the surface of the bronze cauldron, and the cracks became denser and denser. Finally, they covered the entire cauldron. Then, under Rin Xiaoyao's horrified gaze, the bronze cauldron shattered into countless pieces. Zhuan slowly walked out of the bronze fragments, holding the purple-gold sword embryo in his hand. Like a god descending to the world, he crossed over. The purple-gold sword embryo in his hand was raised over Ren Xiaoyao's head and slashed down heavily. No. How is this possible? Rin Xiaoyao went crazy. He stimulated his divine domain with all his strength. The black sea surged to the sky, and the black thunder raged and fell into the sea. His divine domain was completely violent, and a terrifying power spread out. However, the purple-gold sword embryo was too terrifying. The towering waves were shattered by the sword embryo, and the raging black thunder was destroyed by the sword embryo. The purple-gold sword embryo fell on Rin Xiaoyao's head like a bolt of lightning. Puff! Rin Xiaoyao stood frozen on the spot. The waves of the black sea stopped, and the thunder and lightning in the black clouds froze. Boom! Rin Xiaoyao's divine domain began to collapse like a broken mirror. The surface of the divine domain was full of dense cracks. Puff! Ren Xiaoyao spat out a mouthful of blood. He stared at Zhuan, fell from the shattered divine domain, and fell to the bottom of the pool. His eyes were wide open, and he died with remaining grievances. The moment Zhuan killed Ren Xiaoyao with a sword, Ma Yujie also ended the battle on the other side. The fat man didn't use his full strength from the beginning. He just dealt with the old man casually. When Zhuan killed Rin Xiaoyao, he used the power of the red bracelet to emit a red light, which pierced the old man's glabella and completely killed him. Damn it, this old man is indeed an expert at the early stage of the divine domain change. It took me so much effort to kill him. Ma Yujie deliberately touched his forehead and found that there was no sweat. He didn't feel embarrassed. Instead, he pretended to play the show to the end and panted. Zhuan didn't bother to pay attention to Ma Yujie, the drama queen. This guy just didn't want to put in any effort, so he stalled the old man for so long. Otherwise, with the power of the red bracelet in Ma Yujie's hand, it would be easy for him to kill the old man. Chapter 3949. Zhuan looked at the broken pieces of the bronze cauldron with a pained expression. The bronze cauldron was a rank 4 astral weapon after all. If it hadn't been broken, Zhuan could have merged it with the purple-gold sword embryo to increase its power. Brother Zhua, we're rich. The heart of stars is a top-grade cultivation treasure. Just one piece of the heart of stars is equivalent to 10,000 top-grade chaos spiritual veins. Ma Yujia exclaimed with bright eyes. Zhuowen was stunned for a second. Then his eyes lit up as he stared fixedly at the heart of stars on the small hill. He didn't know much about the heart of stars, and it was his first time hearing about it. Now, after Ma Yujia's explanation, he finally understood the value of the heart of stars. Zhuowen couldn't help but think of Shan Lingyun. He knew that Shan Lingyun needed the energy of 10,000 top-grade chaos spiritual veins if she wanted to use the soul of words technique to search the entire 100 regions. Now he didn't need to search for top-grade chaos spiritual veins. He only needed to obtain one heart of stars to satisfy Shan Lingyun's condition. The heart of stars must be mine. He thought to himself. No matter what, he wouldn't give it to Ma Yujia. Ma Yujia had been paying attention to Zhuowen's expression, especially when he saw the latter's ecstatic expression when he mentioned the heart of stars. He immediately regretted his decision. It seems like this kid didn't know the specific use of the heart of stars from the beginning. He only knew that it was extraordinary. This small hill is definitely not simple. Brother Ma, let's work together to obtain the heart of stars. Zhuowen said without batting an eyelid. Ma Yujia's eyes flickered, and he said, Brother Shua, there are 3 hearts of stars. How are we going to split them? Zhuowen grinned. Very simple. It depends on our own ability. Ma Yujia nodded his head hearing that. He agreed with Zhuowen's words. Let's start working together. Ma Yujia said solemnly. Ma Yujia took out the crimson bracelet, and waves of crimson energy surged out like exploding flame ripples. Zhuowen took out his purple-gold sword embryo, and a blazing purple-gold sword qi soared into the sky. Let's attack together. Ma Yujia shouted loudly. The red bracelet in his hand suddenly swept out and blasted towards the small hill in front of him. Zhuowen didn't say anything. He pointed his right sword finger, and the purple-gold sword embryo turned into a purple-gold flowing light. It rushed out and drew a misty trajectory in the air. Boom! Boom! The combined might of 2 rank 5 astral weapons was extremely terrifying. The surface of the small hill suddenly exploded, and a terrifying explosion that shook the heavens and shook the earth resounded. Boundless divine light erupted from the originally calm little hill. Like a monstrous tsunami, it surged out and slammed into the purple-gold sword embryo and the crimson bracelet. The purple-gold sword embryo and the crimson bracelet, which had been charging forward with unstoppable momentum, suddenly stopped in front of the small hill as if time had stopped. Boundless divine light circulated, as if it had turned into the world's sturdiest protective barrier, blocking the purple-gold sword embryo and the crimson bracelet. Zhuowen and Ma Yujia were hit by the ripples of divine light at the same time. They couldn't help but groan and spit out mouthfuls of blood. However, the 2 of them also knew that now wasn't the time to retreat. They had to break through the divine light, shatter the protective barrier, and obtain the heart of the stars in one go. Brother Ma, don't hold back. This is a critical moment. Zhuowen roared loudly. Surging yin and yang energy surged out, and an extremely huge yin-yang diagram appeared above his head. When Ma Yujia saw the yin-yang diagram above Zhuowen's head, he was shocked. This was also the first time he had seen such a huge yin-yang diagram. This kid was really extraordinary. At the same time that Zhuowen used all his strength, he also divided a bit of his attention to silently observe Ma Yujia. From the first day he met Ma Yujia until now, he seemed to have never completely seen through Ma Yujia's specific cultivation. Ma Yujia's body seemed to be enveloped by some kind of mysterious energy at all times, preventing others from peeking at him. After Zhuowen used all his strength, Ma Yujia hesitated for a moment, and also used all his strength. His entire body surged with some kind of mysterious energy. The instant this energy entered the crimson bracelet seemed to have been injected with chicken blood, and it emitted a blazing blood-red light. Zhuowen's gaze was grave. The energy that Ma Yujie used was very unfamiliar to him. It wasn't yin and yang energy, nor was it the energy of a divine realm. It was some kind of extremely high-level energy. This was the first time that Zhuowen had seen this kind of energy. After Zhuowen and Ma Yujie poured all their strength into the 2 rank 5 astral weapons, their might became extremely terrifying. The purple gold light and the crimson light intertwined and tangled together like divine snakes, bombarding the small hill. Bang! 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 The small hill started to shake violently from the bombardment, and the divine splendor became even more blazing. However, it was still somewhat difficult to resist the joint attack of the 2 rank 5 astral weapons. The 2 rank 5 astral weapons opened a path in front, constantly approaching the top of the small hill. Zhuowen and Ma Yujie hurriedly followed, walking slowly. About an hour later, the 2 rank 5 astral weapons finally arrived at the top of the small hill. The crimson light and the purple gold light intertwined, transforming into a ring-shaped light barrier that enveloped Zhuowen and Ma Yujie, blocking the terrifying divine splendor energy that was converging in the surroundings. The instant the 2 of them arrived at the top of the small hill, they moved at the same time. Zhuowen suddenly grabbed towards the 3 star cores. Ma Yujie's movements weren't slow either. Although his body was fat, his movements were extremely nimble. In an instant, Zhuowen grabbed the rightmost heart of the stars, and a surging power surged out from the heart of the stars, almost knocking Zhuowen away. Ma Yujie, on the other hand, grabbed the leftmost star core. His fat hand was like an iron hoop, firmly grasping it, not letting go in the slightest. The 2 of them moved in unison and were extremely fast. After grabbing the star cores, they immediately stored them in their spatial divine tools. After Zhuowen put the heart of the stars into his great world, he suddenly grabbed the heart of the stars in the center. Ma Yujie's eyes were sharp and his hands were nimble. His right hand formed a claw and fiercely smashed toward Zhuowen's right hand. Zhuowen coldly snorted. His right hand formed a palm and changed direction, blasting towards Ma Yujie. A terrifying energy poured out from the center of his palm, its might overflowing the heavens. Boom! The 2 of them punched each other and both retreated a few steps. Their auras became somewhat unstable, and they almost lost control of their rank 5 astral weapons. The boundless divine splendor of the small hill almost broke through their defenses and attacked the 2 of them. Brother Zhuo, good reaction. You were actually able to store the star cores in such a short time. Normal yin-yang transformation experts can't do that. Ma Yujie said with a fake smile. It's all right. It can only be said that my right hand is more nimble. Zhuowen said indifferently. Chapter 3950. At the top of the small hill, the 2 of them began to fight. Terrifying energy ripples burst out. It was extremely terrifying. However, while the 2 of them were fighting, Ma Yujie didn't notice that a silent black figure was approaching the last heart of stars. When the black shadow approached the heart of stars and turned into a black shadow, Ma Yujie finally reacted. His expression changed drastically, and he wanted to rush toward the black shadow to stop it. Zhuowen shouted coldly as he blocked Ma Yujie with all his might, intercepting him. The black shadow was extremely agile. It grabbed the heart of stars and put it into the great world. After doing that, the black shadow took the dust of the great world and quietly returned to Zhuowen's side. Zhuowen fiercely punched out. After pushing Ma Yujie back, he also retreated a few dozen steps. The purple gold sword embryo was like a loyal bodyguard, revolving around his body and constantly rotating. Strands of purple gold sword chi crisscrossed. Ma Yujie also recalled the red bracelet and left the small hill. He looked gloomily at Zhuowen and the Yin deity standing behind Zhuowen. Brother Zhuo, I didn't expect you to have such a trick up your sleeve. This clone of yours has almost no aura. It's like an illusory shadow. Even I can't detect the existence of this clone of yours. Ma Yujie said coldly. Zhuowen smiled and said, I've already obtained the third heart of stars. According to the agreement, it should belong to me. Brother Ma, you won't break your promise and attack me, right? Ma Yujie's expression did not look too good. He groaned and said, I was careless this time. Let's leave this place. After saying that, Ma Yujie rushed toward the surface of the pool without looking back. It seemed that he was really flustered and exasperated. Zhuowen silently looked at Ma Yujie's back as he left. He then looked at the small hill at the bottom of the pool. His eyes revealed a thoughtful look. He chuckled and shook his head, then left the bottom of the pool. Swoosh! Swoosh! 2 figures suddenly jumped out of the starry pool and landed on the shore of the pool. These 2 figures were Zhuowen and Ma Yujie. In front of the pool, the cave at the top of Fallen Star Mountain should be the absolute beginning cave. It's our target this time. Ma Yujie pointed at the cave in front of them and said indifferently. Zhuowen nodded. The 2 of them walked side by side to the front of the cave. The cave was not big. It was 2 meters high and 4 meters wide. A stone tablet stood at the entrance of the cave. There were 2 bold and powerful words carved on the tablet. Absolute beginning. Zhuowen looked at the stone tablet and muttered the 2 words on it. Brother Ma. Zhuowen looked at Ma Yujie beside him. Of the absolute beginning cave. I? Of course. It is far more dangerous than the pool from before. Zhuowen nodded when he heard this. Looks like this absolute beginning cave was not as simple as he had imagined. Zhuowen glanced at Ma Yujie. He did not completely trust Ma Yujie. This fellow always liked to hide his cards. If he believed Ma Yujie, Zhuowen would really be in for a bad time. Zhuowen also knew that he could not let down his guard against Ma Yujie after entering the absolute beginning cave this time. Let's go. Let's go in. Ma Yujie spoke. He lifted his foot and walked towards the entrance of the absolute beginning cave. Zhuowen followed closely behind. The moment the 2 of them stepped into the cave, they heard a terrifyingly powerful gust of wind coming from the depths of the cave. It was as if something was rushing over from the depths. Its speed was extremely fast, almost surpassing the speed of sound. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The terrifying gust of wind was like a rampaging beast that swept over. It instantly swept Zhuowen and Ma Yujie inside. Zhuowen immediately circulated the energy around him in an attempt to resist the gust of wind. However, the gust of wind was too terrifying. It was like an irresistible hand that grabbed his body and pulled him into the depths of the cave. Zhuowen's entire body was swept up by the gust of wind. His ears were filled with the violent gust of wind. The endless gust of wind assaulted his face, causing even the flesh on his face to tremble violently. His surroundings were completely dark. He was unable to see anything clearly. Even when Zhuowen used his soul, everything he could see was still pitch black. After an unknown amount of time, the gust of wind gradually weakened and dispersed in the end. Zhuowen's body landed on a desolate piece of land. This was a vast and boundless wasteland. A waning sun hung high in the sky, dyeing the entire sky blood red and adding a sense of desolation. On the barren land there were barren mountains, each of which was thousands of miles away from each other. Apart from that, not a blade of grass grew on the wasteland. It was completely desolate and devoid of human habitation. At this moment, Zhuowen was standing on the cliff of a barren mountain. Ma Yujie was standing not far away from him. Ma Yujie's gaze was filled with a trace of confusion. However, he cleared his head right away. Clearly, he had also just woken up from the unforeseen event just now. F***CK. What the hell is this place? This absolute beginning cave is too strange. This Lord Fatty wasn't even prepared yet, and it sucked this Lord Fatty in. What the hell is going on? Ma Yujie cursed. Clearly, this Fatty was also frightened by the sudden gust of wind just now. Brother Ma, this should be the world of the true absolute beginning cave. The third piece of primordial stone should be somewhere in this world. Zhuowen said. Ma Yujie, calm down. He looked at Zhuowen and said, Brother Zhuowen, primordial stones can sense each other. You and I both take out our respective primordial stones and sense it carefully. Perhaps we can find the specific location of that third piece of primordial stone. Hearing that, Zhuowen considered for a while. After seeing Ma Yujie also take out his primordial stone, only then did he take out the grand word stone hidden in the great world at the last minute. The surface of Ma Yujie's stone was engraved with a sparkling, ancient character. It was precisely the second piece of primordial stone, ancient character stone. The moment the two primordial stones were taken out, they sensed each other and erupted with a purple light. After that, a thin purple line of light shot out from within the grand word stone and ancient character stone, rushing into the sky and converging into a purple light line that intertwined with each other. This ray of light shot into the sky and stayed there for about an hour before suddenly shooting towards the east. Zhuowen and Ma Yujie's eyes lit up. They knew that the third piece of primordial stone should be on the east side of this wasteland. Go, let's follow this light line, Ma Yujie said excitedly. Zhuowen nodded. When the two people originally wanted to set off immediately, the two people's faces changed drastically. Chapter 39:51. Roar. A world-shaking roar rang out from the bottom of the barren mountain, rushing into the clouds and shaking the horizon. Zhuowen and Ma Yujie's faces were solemn as they retreated several thousand meters away, staring at the smashed barren mountain. The barren mountain had been completely reduced to ruins, shattered into pieces of irregular rocks. A huge hand, even more terrifying than the barren mountain, rushed out, suddenly landing on the barren ground. It seemed to be trying to push out an even larger body from the depths of the barren mountain. A terrifying aura burst out from the depths of the ground like a storm, causing the entire ground to shake. Just what is this thing? Zhuowen's eyes were filled with shock. The aura from the scaly hand made him shudder. Ma Yujie's face twitched, his narrow eyes filled with fear. This should be some kind of powerful exotic beast that was born within the absolute beginning cave. It's best if we don't meet it head-on. Let's run. Ma Yujie's eyes flickered. After saying this, he used his movement technique and swiftly rushed towards the east. Zhuowen secretly praised him for being cunning. He also used his movement technique to the best of his ability and followed closely behind. Not long after the two of them left, the terrifying exotic beast at the bottom of the barren mountain suddenly leapt out, leaping 10,000 kilometers into the air. This exotic beast was like a crocodile covered in tough scales. Its limbs were like deer's feet, and its large lantern-like eyes were filled with a strange blood-red color. The exotic beast was too large, twice the size of the barren mountain. The instant it leapt 10,000 kilometers into the air, its lantern-sized blood-red eyes quickly swiveled left and right. Afterwards, those eyes instantly locked onto Zhuowen and Ma Yujie, who were rapidly fleeing towards the east. The exotic beast opened its bloody mouth and let out another world-shaking roar. After that, the exotic beast's two powerful hind legs suddenly stomped in the air. Dense crackling sounds rang out in the air, and the space where the strange beast was exploded with an extremely large ring-shaped ripple. The strange beast was like an arrow that had left the bow, suddenly shooting out. Its speed had simply reached an unimaginable level. Zhuowen and Ma Yujie, who were originally using their movement techniques to flee, seemed to have sensed something. They suddenly turned their heads and looked towards the sky behind them. Afterwards, they discovered to their shock that an extremely large black figure was swiftly rushing over from the sky behind them. The black figure grew closer and closer, and the two of them finally saw the true appearance of the black figure. It was an exotic beast covered in scales. It's the monster at the bottom of the barren mountain. Zhuowen and Ma Yujie immediately thought of something, and their faces immediately turned ugly. Roar! The exotic beast's speed was simply too fast. In the blink of an eye, it appeared above the two of them. It opened its bloody maw and pounced at Zhuowen and Ma Yujie, wanting to swallow them whole. God damn it! This exotic beast is actually so fast! Brother Zhua, we must work together to deal with him. Ma Yujie suddenly turned around and summoned his scarlet bracelet. Instantly, a huge scarlet brilliance spread out, forming layers of terrifying scarlet energy, ripples in front of him. It looked extremely terrifying. Zhuowen also stopped and summoned his purplish-gold sword embryo. A terrifying purplish-gold sword chi soared into the sky and slashed at the exotic beast. Boom! The power of the scarlet bracelet and the purplish-gold sword embryo poured into the exotic beast's mouth, intertwining with a blazing brilliance. The exotic beast's huge body blocked the two forces, while its bloody mouth was directly smashed into a bloody mess by the terrifying force. Its huge body flew backwards and crashed heavily onto the ground. The exotic beast suddenly got up, glaring at Zhuowen and Ma Yujie with its blood-red eyes. Its bloody mouth was actually healing at a speed visible to the naked eye, and the exotic beast's aura didn't decrease but increased instead. Whoosh! The exotic beast's 4 feet stomped on the ground again, and its huge body leaped into the air. It broke through the sound barrier and rushed towards Zhuowen and Ma Yu. Brother Ma, let's attack together and blast this beast to smithereens. Zhuowen's eyes were solemn. He suddenly grasped the hilt of the purplish-gold sword embryo with his right hand and executed the Grand Mist Body technique. His entire body turned into an illusory purple shadow. Ma Yujie's eyes flickered. He quietly put away the scarlet bracelet and took a few steps back. Boom! Zhuowen suddenly approached the exotic beast and slashed out with the purplish-gold sword embryo in his hand. A terrifying purplish-gold sword chi rushed out like a purplish-gold rainbow, indestructible and unstoppable. The exotic beast's right claw suddenly smashed out towards Zhuowen's face. Rays of scarlet light rushed towards him. Kacha! Zhuowen's figure was like a ghost. After dodging the claw, he accurately stood at the depths of the exotic beast's right arm and chopped off its right hand. Mournful blood splattered out, turning into a rain of blood that poured down in the air. The exotic beast wailed, and its huge body couldn't help but retreat. Zhuowen also groaned and retreated a few hundred meters. Brother Ma, what are you waiting for? Come and help me kill this exotic beast. Zhuowen steadied himself. Seeing that Ma Yujie didn't follow up to deal with the exotic beast, his face turned ugly. He looked at Ma Yujie behind him. Ma Yujie grinned and said, Brother Zhua, with your strength, you're more than enough to deal with this exotic beast. I won't get involved and will leave first. After saying that, Ma Yujie twisted his fat body and suddenly shot towards the east. His speed was so fast that he quickly disappeared. F***CK, this damn fatty. Zhuowen couldn't help but curse. He cursed Ma Yujie's 18 generations of ancestors in his heart. He originally wanted to chase after Ma Yujie. How could that injured exotic beast let Zhuowen go so easily? The exotic beast roared angrily and charged at Zhuowen again, completely blocking his path of retreat. Then, as if it had lost its mind, it attacked Zhuowen without any regard for its life. Zhuowen's face changed slightly. He kept brandishing the purplish-gold sword embryo, blocking the exotic beast's violent attacks. The purplish-gold sword Qi, released by the purplish-gold sword embryo, was extremely terrifying and sharp. It blocked all of the exotic beast's attacks, and the exotic beast was blasted into a bloody mess by the purplish-gold sword Qi. However, the exotic beast's recovery ability was too strong. The right arm that Zhuowen had just chopped off actually grew back at full strength. Zhuowen's face was gloomy. He knew that if he couldn't crush the exotic beast in one go, it would be impossible to kill it. Zhuowen took a deep breath. He suddenly grasped the purplish-gold sword embryo and executed the primordial body technique to the extreme. Then he planned to use the purplish-gold sword embryo to execute the primordial soldier art. The primordial soldier art was the culmination of Zhuowen's many divine abilities. It fused with many powerful divine abilities, and its power was boundless. This was the first time he executed the primordial soldier art with a rank 5 astral weapon, and he didn't know how powerful it was. Heaven and Earth, Primordial Silver Lining. Chapter 3952. The beast raised its claws with all its might in an attempt to block the terrifying sword Qi. Unfortunately, it was all for naught. The sword Qi was just too terrifying. At that moment, it was as if there was only a single strand of sword Qi left in the entire world. No one could rival or block it. Spurt! The sword Qi pierced through the beast, and then the beast was cleaved into two. Its enormous corpse was split in two. The split corpse fell from the sky and collapsed, torn apart by the countless strands of sword Qi. After completely killing the beast, Zhuowen let out a sigh of relief. His heart was filled with bitterness. The absolute beginning cave was truly strange. He had only just entered, and he had already encountered such a terrifying beast. He really didn't dare to imagine what other strange things he would encounter if he continued onwards. Bang! 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 Just as Zhuowen was lost in thought, he sensed terrifying tremors in the surroundings of the desolate land. Afterwards, he discovered to his shock that the barren mountains that stood on the desolate land had all collapsed. Horrifying gigantic beasts covered in scales poked out from the bottom of the barren mountain. Horrifying roars rose one after another. Zhuowen's face immediately turned green. He knew that a terrifying beast was suppressed under every mountain on the desolate land. There were at least a few dozen mountains on the desolate land. In other words, there were at least a few dozen terrifying beasts hidden under the desolate land. I have to leave this desolate land. Without even thinking, Zhuowen used his movement technique to the best of his ability and shot towards the east. Not long after, he saw a boundless grassland in front of him. When Zhuowen was still a few hundred meters away from the boundary between the grassland and the desolate land, ear-piercing sounds of something tearing through the air came from behind him. He swept out with his soul and saw a few dozen terrifying beasts leaping over 10,000 kilometers into the air. They shot towards Zhuowen like arrows that had been released from a bow. They moved extremely quickly. Zhuowen's heart beat extremely quickly. He was extremely nervous. The moment he arrived at the boundary, the sound of something tearing through the air had already arrived behind him. The roars of beasts constantly rang in his ears. A huge beast claw suddenly slammed over, grabbing towards Zhuowen's head. Zhuowen reacted very quickly. He suddenly turned around and slashed out with the purplish-gold sword embryo in his hand. The beast's right claw was chopped off by Zhuowen. Blood splattered, and Zhuowen grunted as he fell completely into the boundary of the grassland. Zhuowen landed on the grassland. He rolled a few times in a sorry state before he finally stabilized himself. At the same time, the dozens of beasts stopped at the boundary of the desolate land. They stared fixedly at Zhuowen with their scarlet eyes, but they didn't dare to step out of the desolate land and enter the grassland. It was as if there was some sort of a strange force was. Zhuowen heaved a sigh of relief when he saw that the dozens of strange beasts didn't dare to step into the grassland. He hurriedly got up and began to observe the grassland. This grassland wasn't green but blue. Blue grass grew densely on the ground. They covered every corner of the grassland. Other than that, there was nothing else on this grassland, not even a living creature. Zhuowen didn't even see Ma Yujia's figure. Suddenly, Zhuowen discovered that the blue grass under his feet was shaking slightly. Then it spewed out dark blue gas. It wasn't just the blue grass under his feet. The entire grassland was spewing out this strange dark blue gas. The dark blue gas slowly rose and poured into Zhuowen's pores and nostrils. There's something wrong with this gas. Zhuowen's pupils shrank. He felt powerless and dizzy. He immediately closed all the pores on his body and held his breath. He knew that this wasn't a long-term solution. He could only close all the pores and breathe for 10 days at most. After 10 days, he would suffocate to death. In other words, he had to leave this blue grassland within 10 days. Zhuowen looked at the wasteland in front of him. At the border, the dozens of strange beasts were baring their teeth at Zhuowen. They couldn't wait to swallow Zhuowen. Zhuowen knew that he couldn't return to the wasteland. Once he did, he would probably die. He could only continue forward and leave this blue grassland. Zhuowen planned to use his movement skill. Unfortunately, he was powerless and couldn't use his divine power. He was like an ordinary person. Zhuowen smiled bitterly. He knew that the reason for this was because of the dark blue gas released by the grassland. He could only leave this grassland and force out the poison in his body. Only then could he resolve his powerless state. Zhuowen didn't dare to force out the poison in this strange grassland, because when he forced out the poison, his pores would open and he would inhale even more poison. At that time, he might not even have the strength to walk. Zhuowen took many antidote pills. After slightly alleviating the poison in his body, he set off. The antidote pills he had weren't of a high level. They could only temporarily suppress the poison, but they couldn't completely eradicate it. This made Zhuowen sigh helplessly. Time passed day by day. Zhuowen was like an ordinary person. He walked through this grassland step by step. Finally, on the 10th day, Zhuowen saw the border of the grassland. On the other side of the grassland was a world of ice and snow. Snowy mountains stood there. They were covered in white snow and were wrapped in silver. At the same time, he saw a fat figure at the top of a snowy mountain in the world of ice and snow. This fat figure was looking at the grassland as if he was looking for something. When the fat figure saw Zhuowen, he was very excited. He hurriedly waved his hand in the air, indicating for Zhuowen to go over. Zhuowen's face immediately darkened. This fat figure was none other than that damned fatty Ma Yujia. Zhuowen gnashed his teeth. Back in the wasteland, this damned fatty had abandoned him without hesitation. He had almost caused his death. Now he actually had the face to wave at him. He was simply shameless. Ma Yujia obviously didn't know this. He had been waiting for Zhuowen. He only had one primordial stone on him. He could roughly sense the location of the third primordial stone, but he couldn't sense its exact location. They could only find the exact location of the third primordial stone if they worked together with Zhuowen's grand word stone. Zhuowen's face darkened. He strode into the world of ice and snow. Then, Zhuowen ignored Ma Yujia. He sat cross-legged at the foot of a snowy mountain and began to circulate his divine power. He opened his pores and began to force out the poison in his body. Chapter 3953. When Zhuowen forced out the poisonous blood on the summit of the snow mountain, Ma Yujia also came to the foot of the mountain, silently waiting for Zhuowen to finish forcing out the poison. Roughly an hour later, Zhuowen suddenly opened his eyes bursting with a light that was difficult to look at. He thoroughly forced the poison out of his body, only feeling refreshed, full of vigor. Congratulations, Brother Zhuo, for successfully forcing out the poison in your body. Ma Yujia hurriedly went forward to congratulate, his fat face revealing a brilliant smile, as if he was really happy for Zhuowen. Zhuowen glanced sideways at Ma Yujia. a nameless fire rising in his heart. Back in the desolate land, this damn fatty was too unloyal, directly abandoning him, nearly causing him to lose his life in the desolate land. If Ma Yujie joined forces with him back then, he could finish off that exotic beast even faster and leave the desolate land unhurriedly. Seeing that Zhuowen ignored him, Ma Yujie did not get angry either, saying sincerely, "Brother Zhua, I know that you're still blaming me for running away alone in the desolate land. This matter can't be blamed on me either. I was really too scared of that exotic beast. So scared that I only wanted to escape. I was wrong this time. Brother Zhua, punish me. I can bear any consequences. Furthermore, I also know that Brother Zhua, you're someone who deals with matters as they are. Our main objective entering the Grand Primordium Cave was for the primordial stone. I think that, Brother Zhua, you're someone who considers the big picture. You definitely won't dissolve the cooperation between us because of this small matter, right?" Zhuowen looked at Ma Yujie indifferently and said indifferently, "You can rest assured. Our cooperation is an oath to Heavenly Tao. I naturally won't go against it. However, from now on, you and I still need to swear to Heavenly Tao. During the cooperation period, we must work together as one. Unless it's a last resort, we absolutely can't run away alone." Ma Yujie revealed a hesitant look. But seeing Zhuowen's expression becoming uglier and uglier, he could only brace himself and swear such an oath. He knew that Zhuowen was really angry. This time, it would not be so easy to fool him. After Ma Yujie swore an oath to the Heavenly Tao, Zhuowen's expression eased up. "Take out your ancient word stone. Let's sense the exact location of the third primordial stone." Zhuowen said indifferently. Ma Yujie naturally did not dare to be negligent. He took out the ancient word stone, while Zhuowen took out the supreme word stone. The two stones emitted mysterious purple rays of light. The two rays of light intertwined and shot up into the sky. After about a quarter of an hour, they suddenly rushed into the depths of the snowy mountain world. Zhuowen and Ma Yujie looked at the same time and found that the light was still pointing to the east. The two of them were shocked. They had already passed through the desolate land and the bluegrass land, and arrived at the third world of ice and snow, yet they still hadn't arrived at the hiding place of the third primordial stone. Judging from the direction of the light, the third primordial stone should be even deeper. From this, it could be seen just how big the world within the absolute beginning cave was. "Let's go. Let's move on." Zhuowen put away the supreme word stone and urged Ma Yujie. Ma Yujie put away the ancient word stone and nodded his head. The two of them executed their movement techniques and rushed toward the depths of the world of ice and snow. This world of ice and snow is very strange. These drifting snowflakes directly affect the divine soul. If one stays here for too long, their entire divine soul will be frozen, and the person will also die silently. Ma Yujie and Zhuowen walked side by side, purple energy revolving around their bodies. That was the power of the ancient word stone, protecting his divine soul. Zhuowen was stunned. He sensed carefully. His divine soul, indeed, felt somewhat stagnant. He discovered that these snowflakes affected the divine soul silently. If not for Ma Yujie's reminder, he wouldn't even have noticed this effect. Zhuowen hurriedly urged the power of the ancient word stone. Purple energy surged out and enveloped his entire body. Only then did that stagnant feeling in his divine soul completely disappear. "Brother Ma, you've been to the absolute beginning cave before?" Zhuowen asked in surprise. This guy even knew this. Zhuowen suspected that this guy had come to explore this place before. Ma Yujie shook his head and said, "It's also my first time in the absolute beginning cave. The reason I could sense the strangeness of the world of ice and snow was because I found corpses on the snowy mountains. I studied these corpses. Their divine souls were all frozen without exception. Other than that, they didn't have any wounds at all. They were no different from ordinary people." Hearing this, Zhuowen nodded and didn't ask any more questions. The two of them instantly fell into silence. About several hours later, the two of them arrived at the border of the world of ice and snow. They saw that there was a huge lake at the border of the world of ice and snow. However, this lake was frozen by the ice and snow, turning into a layer of ice. On the ice surface, there were many ice sculptures. These ice sculptures were of the human race, half-beast men, and also giants that were over 30 meters tall. At a glance, there were at least several hundred of them. Zhuowen and Ma Yujie both stopped at the shore of the lake at the same time. Their expressions became extremely solemn. This was because they realized that the postures of these ice sculptures on the ice surface were surprisingly consistent. They were all rushing toward the border of the world of ice and snow, leaving the world of ice and snow. However, they didn't successfully leave in the end. Instead, they were affected by some kind of power and turned into ice sculptures. This lake is very strange. Ma Yujie muttered to himself. He looked at those strange ice sculptures and then at the lake. We each have a primordial stone. Even if this lake is strange, I'm afraid it won't be of much use to us. Zhuowen was very confident. He was very confident in the power of the primordial stone. Therefore, he took out the supreme stone and held it in his hand. Then he lifted his foot and stepped into the lake. The moment he stepped into the lake, the supreme stone in his hand immediately emitted waves of purple energy ripples. They wrapped around his body in a ring shape, forming layers of powerful protection. Zhuowen's body trembled. He looked at his feet and saw waves of terrifying cold air that seemed to materialize. They lingered around his feet, wanting to rush up and freeze Zhuowen's entire body. Fortunately, his supreme stone released a blazing purple energy that blocked all the cold air below his knees. Even so, his small feet below his knees were frozen into ice sculptures by the cold air. They were crystal clear, making it difficult for Zhuowen to even walk. Zhuowen had no choice but to follow suit. He walked extremely slowly. Ma Yujie's eyes flickered when he saw Zhuowen walking on the lake safely. He also took out his supreme stone and jumped into the lake. Chapter 3954. 10 hours later, the two finally reached the opposite side of the lake. After the two of them barely reached the shore, they sat on the ground and began to use their divine power to break the ice on their calves. This lake is really strange. This cold air is too terrifying. If not for the protection of the primordial stone, I'm afraid I would have turned into an ice sculpture too. Ma Yujie kept rubbing his feet, which had turned red from the cold, as he muttered and complained. Zhuowen did not say a word, but quietly recovered his strength. He had a feeling that the third primordial stone should be very close to them. After resting for a while, Zhuowen and Ma Yujie were ready to continue forward. Behind the world of ice and snow was a vast plain. At the end of the plain stood a pyramid. Zhuowen and Ma Yujie looked at each other and took out the primordial stone tacitly. Immediately, two intertwined purple rays of light shot out, landing on the pyramid at the end of the plain. Looks like the third primordial stone is inside that pyramid. Ma Yujie said excitedly. Zhuowen's eyes also lit up. They had searched in the absolute beginning cave for so long, experienced many life and death crises, and finally found the final location of the primordial stone. The two of them put away their respective primordial stones and rushed toward the pyramid. In a short while, the two of them arrived at the bottom of the pyramid. This pyramid was 1,000 feet tall, made of green jade stones that were several feet tall. In addition, the surface of the pyramid was drawn with dense patterns, looking ancient and full of vicissitudes of time. There are extremely powerful restrictions set up around this pyramid. Ma Yujie's eyes were solemn. He kept pacing around the pyramid, a look of contemplation in his eyes. Zhuowen stood silently on the spot. The restrictions on this pyramid were too complicated. He could not understand it all. Now, he could only place his hopes on Ma Yujia. This guy's origin was not ordinary, and he knew more than him. Most likely, he had a way to break this restriction. Sure enough, Ma Yujia suddenly stopped and said to Zhuowen, Brother Zhuowen, although this restriction is very powerful, because of its age, its weakness is also extremely obvious. Next, you'll attack the weak point of this restriction with me and break it open completely. However, you must listen to my commands. Hearing this, Zhuowen thought for a moment and nodded in agreement with Ma Yujia. Next, Ma Yujia took out the red bracelet and began to issue orders, bombarding various parts of the pyramid. Zhuowen followed Ma Yujia's instructions and attacked with all his might. When their joint attack landed on the tip of the pyramid, the runes on the surface of the pyramid lit up instantly. A terrifying pressure poured down and spread across the entire plane. Zhuowen and Ma Yujia immediately withdrew their respective astral weapons and hastily retreated. The light on the surface of the pyramid shone brightly and then gradually faded away, restoring the original appearance of the pyramid. However, at the center of the pyramid, a piece of green jade stone was suddenly pushed out. It fell from the pyramid and hit the ground. Bang! A dull sound was heard. The sound of the huge green jade stone falling to the ground was extremely loud and clear. The entire ground seemed to have shaken several times. Zhuowen and Ma Yujia looked at each other with joy on their faces. They knew that the hole created by the falling of the green jade stone was the entrance to the pyramid. Let's go! Zhuowen and Ma Yujia didn't even think about it. They both charged into the gap and disappeared into it in the blink of an eye. The structure of the pyramid was very complicated. It was crooked and twisted like a maze. Moreover, the passage inside was very narrow. Zhuowen and Ma Yujia walked side by side, and it seemed a little crowded. The two of them walked through the passage for a full day before finally walking out of the passage and entering the center of the pyramid. Originally, the two of them thought that the pyramid would be full of dangers and countless traps. However, they did not expect that they would easily reach the center of the pyramid without encountering any traps. At the core of the pyramid was an extremely large stone hall. Thick stone pillars stood on both sides of the stone hall. The surface of each pillar was engraved with various strange beasts baring their fangs and brandishing their claws. Their expressions were ferocious. In the center of the stone hall, there was an altar. Above the altar, there was an ordinary-looking stone floating in the air. The moment Zhuowen and Ma Yujia saw the stone, their breathing quickened. This stone was the third primordial stone that the two of them had been searching for. Zhuowen and Ma Yujia stiffened. Then, the two of them rushed toward the altar at the same time. In the blink of an eye, the two of them arrived in front of the altar. They reached out their right hands at the same time and grabbed the floating stone on the altar. Bang, bang! Suddenly, the surface of the altar shone with a terrifying light. It was as if a universe of light had spilled out. Zhuowen and Ma Yujia were hit at the same time. They spat out a mouthful of blood and flew backward. What a powerful earth energy! Zhuowen landed on the ground and looked at the primordial stone floating on the altar with a bewildered expression. To be more precise, he was looking at the altar because the terrifying energy just now had surged out from the altar. Ma Yujia also looked at the altar in bewilderment. Obviously, he did not expect such an accident to happen. The two of them calmed down and looked at each other warily. They both felt a little embarrassed. The moment they attacked just now, the two of them had already shed all pretenses of cordiality. In the end, it was Ma Yujia who broke the silence. He coughed dryly and said, "Brother Zhua, this altar is not ordinary. Why don't we work together and break this altar first?" Zhuowen pretended to think for a while and finally nodded. "I completely agree with your opinion. After all, we are still partners." After reaching an agreement, the two of them put their arms around each other's shoulders and called each other brothers. They were just short of swearing blood to form an alliance. Let's begin. Ma Yuje and Zhuowen took out their rank 5 astral weapons at the same time and attacked together. The purple-gold sword embryo slashed out with a purple-gold sword light that shot into the sky. Space shattered and collapsed, and time seemed to flow backward. The crimson bracelet erupted with a terrifying crimson light. It condensed continuously and finally transformed into a gigantic crimson dragon that was thousands of meters long. The dragon's body was covered in dragon scales, and it looked cold and terrifying. The purple-gold sword light shot into the sky and intertwined with the gigantic crimson dragon, erupting with an extremely terrifying power. Suddenly, the entire stone hall was enveloped and occupied by the purple-gold and crimson light. It was demonic and terrifying. When the 2 attacks finally landed on the altar, the entire altar trembled violently. Then the stone hall also started to shake. Countless cracks appeared on the surrounding stone pillars, and then they collapsed. Zhuowen and Ma Yujie almost lost their balance. Chapter 3955. Crack. Finally, the altar that was covered in cracks emitted a clear and melodious cracking sound, and then it collapsed with a bang and dispersed into countless pieces of powder. Zhuowen and Ma Yujie's eyes lit up. They acted at the same time to snatch the primordial stone from the altar. As they approached the primordial stone, Zhuowen suddenly slashed out the purple-gold sword embryo. A terrifying and vast sword qi soared into the sky and blasted toward Ma Yujie. Ma Yujie's expression changed drastically. He never thought that Zhuowen would give up on the primordial stone and attack him directly. It was really against common sense. His right hand was about to touch the primordial stone, but the purple-gold sword embryo's attack was also close at hand. If he ignored it, he could indeed snatch the primordial stone, but he would also be hit by the purple-gold sword embryo's attack. This was a rank 5 astral weapon. Its full power was enough to injure him severely. Once he was heavily injured, he would fall into a passive position, and Zhuowen would seize the initiative. At that time, he would really be in danger. Not only would he lose the primordial stone, he might even lose his life. Ma Yujie made a prompt decision. He withdrew his hand and used all his strength to summon the red bracelet. Waves of red energy rippled in front of him like endless radiance. Bang, bang, bang. The purple-gold sword embryo fell like a sun and smashed onto the red bracelet. Suddenly, the purple-gold and red intertwined. The whole world seemed to be occupied by these 2 colors. In the instant when the 2 of them were in a deadlock, Zhuowen narrowed his eyes. The yin-yang pattern above his head spun rapidly and split into 2 incarnations. They were the yin god and the yang god. The yang god's body emitted a blazing light like the sun. He suddenly rushed out and appeared above Ma Yujie. He punched out fiercely. The punch was as powerful as a mountain. It was so powerful that the entire space exploded. Ma Yujie's expression changed slightly. He snorted coldly and punched out with his right hand. The fist light was like a long spear, sharp and heavy. Bang! The 2 fists collided, and the yang spirit was directly sent flying backward. Cracks appeared on his powerful body, and Ma Yujie also snorted and took a few steps back. Ma Yujie's face fell as he cursed under his breath and charged towards Yinshin. Zhuowen naturally wouldn't let Ma Yujie have his way. Holding the purple-gold sword embryo in his hand, he suddenly slashed out. Terrifying sword qi continuously condensed, turning into a sword light that pierced through the heavens and earth. Heaven and earth primordial one line. Zhuowen's voice was cold and indifferent. His right hand suddenly slashed out. A terrifying sword qi shot out like an arrow from a bow and slashed in front of Ma Yujie. Ma Yujie's expression changed drastically. This sword aura was too terrifying. It actually made him feel like he was about to die. It was too terrifying. Ma Yujie had no choice but to retreat. One step back was followed by another. Ma Yujie used all his strength to activate the red bracelet. Countless red energy ripples continuously condensed in front of him, forming layers of red protective shields like tortoiseshell. Bang! 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 The sword chi was too terrifying. When it slammed into the protective shields, the layers of protective shields were all shattered. With every layer of protective shields that shattered, Ma Yujie took a step back. When all the protective shields were shattered, Ma Yujie had already retreated 1,000 meters away. He barely managed to block the terrifying sword chi. Ma Yujie's face was gloomy as he looked at the young man who was standing in the void 1,000 meters away. He was playing with the third primordial stone in his hand. He never expected that he would be the one to fail in the fight for the third primordial stone. This kid is too cunning. Even I fell for his trick. Ma Yujie was flustered and exasperated. At the same time, he felt helpless. According to the agreement, the third primordial stone would be fought for by one's own ability, and it would belong to whoever obtained it. Now that Zhuowen had taken the stone, it naturally belonged to Zhuowen. Brother Ma, you're indeed noble. You can even give the primordial stone to me. I'm really impressed. Zhuowen kept the third primordial stone in his macro world and cupped his hands at Ma Yujie with a smile. Ma Yujie was so angry that he almost vomited blood. However, he had no choice but to suppress his anger. He revealed a smile that was uglier than crying and said, "You're too kind. Brother Zhua, according to the agreement, this primordial stone's cultivation technique should be shared with me, right?" Zhuowen nodded. He and Ma Yujie had both sworn an oath to the heavenly Tao. Naturally, they could not easily go against their oath. Zhuowen roughly browsed through the contents of the third primordial stone. This primordial stone had the word Hong written on its surface. It should be a Hong word stone. Within the Hong word stone, a series of obscure incantations automatically appeared in the depths of his divine soul. This incantation was extremely profound. Even for Zhuowen, he would need to spend a very long time to comprehend it. He took out a blank jade slip to copy the contents of the incantation into the jade slip. Several hours later, Zhuowen finally copied all the incantations on the Hong word stone into the jade slip. He then handed the jade slip over to Ma Yujie. Ma Yujie received the jade slip and checked it repeatedly. After confirming that there was nothing wrong with the contents, he kept the jade slip. Brother Zhua, there should be a treasure land under this altar. How about we go down and explore together? Ma Yujie pointed at the bottom of the shattered altar. There was a deep cave where the altar used to be. However, the cave entrance was not big. It could barely fit 3 to 4 people. Zhuowen looked at Ma Yujie's fat body and sighed inwardly. Ma Yujie alone was equivalent to 2 people. If the 2 of them went in together, it would be too cramped. However, Zhuowen was also very interested in the cave entrance. After the altar shattered, he vaguely felt a pure energy aura drifting out from the depths of the cave. This energy aura was extremely pure. There must be a lot of top-grade, chaos spiritual veins hidden below. Both of them exchanged a glance and nodded. Both of them decided to explore the mysterious cave entrance. Whoosh! Both of them rushed into the cave entrance like a gust of wind. The cave entrance was pitch black, and they couldn't even see their own fingers. The moment both of them entered, they heard a series of howls. They knew that the cave entrance was filled with a shocking number of evil spirits. The corners of Ma Yujie's mouth curled up slightly. His body emitted a blazing light, and a strange energy surrounded him. Immediately, the evil spirits around him screamed in fear, not daring to come close to Ma Yujie. After forcing the evil spirits away, Ma Yujie's wretched eyes were filled with smugness. He couldn't help looking at Zhuowen, thinking that Zhuowen would have to spend some effort to force these evil spirits away. He was looking forward to seeing Zhuowen make a fool of himself. Chapter 3956. What's going on with this kid? He actually refined the evil spirits for his own use. This doesn't seem like the primordial grand mist technique, does it? Ma muttered in his heart as he looked at Zhuowen with a solemn expression. He felt like he couldn't see through Zhuowen anymore. He had a piece of primordial grand mist stone in his possession, so he had comprehended the primordial grand mist technique before. He knew how the primordial grand mist technique worked. However, although the purple gold light released by Zhuowen contained traces of the primordial grand mist technique, it wasn't completely the primordial grand mist technique. Instead, it was a combination of other powerful techniques. Ma Yujie didn't expect that Zhuowen wasn't just cultivating the primordial grand mist technique. He had already created his own technique that was suitable for him. His cultivation technique was based on the primordial grand mist technique as a foundation. He had continuously merged other powerful techniques to form a peerless cultivation technique, especially the universal scripture of heaven and earth and the universal scripture of growth. These two techniques allowed Zhuowen to directly refine the evil spirits, which would aid his cultivation. This was an extremely heaven-defying characteristic. Zhuowen naturally noticed Ma Yujie peeking at him, but he didn't mind. Ma Yujie was the same as him. They both had the primordial grand mist stone and came from the mysterious primordial star system. Ma Yujie had many more secrets than him. Both of them knew their own secrets, and he knew that Ma Yujie wouldn't casually reveal his secrets in front of others. Naturally, he was the same. The deeper they went, the more evil spirits there were. As far as the eye could see, there were endless shadows of evil spirits. Mournful shrieks continuously gathered around them. Zhuowen's expression was calm as the purple gold aura around him turned into tiny vortexes. Any evil spirits that came close to him were absorbed by the vortexes, turning into the purest energy that entered Zhuowen's acupuncture points. Billowing energy surged, and Zhuowen felt his limbs and bones brimming with energy. His cultivation also rose continuously. Ever since Zhuowen obtained the primordial chance cultivation technique from Ma Yujie, his cultivation was no longer shackled, and he could continue cultivating. His cultivation level was originally at the early stage of the yin-yang transformation realm. Now, as he went deeper into the cave, his cultivation level continued to increase. He was approaching the middle stage of the yin-yang transformation realm. These are all top-grade chaos spiritual veins. After the two of them reached the bottom, Ma Yujie looked around in disbelief and couldn't help but exclaim. At the bottom of the cave, there was an extremely large grotto. On the walls of the grotto, rays of bright light shot out. These lights condensed into light dragons that constantly coiled and swam in the air, surging to the extreme. They surged like a tidal wave, assaulting his face. The moment these energies came into contact with Zhuowen's body, they actually liquefied and turned into drops of crystal-clear energy liquid. Zhuowen casually took a breath, and rich energy flowed into his body, filling his limbs and bones and increasing his cultivation. After a moment of daze, Zhuowen and Ma Yujie pounced forward at the same time. They began to crazily grab the top-grade chaos spiritual veins hidden deep within the grotto. The two of them seemed to have gone crazy as they grabbed the top-grade chaos spiritual veins they saw. They didn't stop at all. After an unknown amount of time, the two of them had practically emptied all the top-grade chaos spiritual veins in the grotto. The grotto, which had been shining brightly due to the spiritual veins' brilliance, was now dark and gloomy. Maybe there are still treasures hidden in this grotto. Ma Yujie's eyes turned green, but he still wasn't satisfied. He continued to search the grotto, rummaging left and right. Zhuowen, on the other hand, was extremely calm. While he was collecting the top-grade chaos spiritual veins, he released his Yin divinity to search the entire grotto. Other than the top-grade chaos spiritual veins, There was nothing else in this grotto. Zhuowen saw that Ma Yujie was still rummaging left and right, and even entered the depths of the grotto. A light flickered in his eyes, and he quietly left the grotto, flying upwards. Zhuowen executed the grand mist movement art at full speed. His speed was so fast that only a purple afterimage could be seen. He had never forgotten the small hill at the bottom of the lake. If his guess was right, that small hill should be a treasure much more precious than the heart of stars. After all, the divine splendor that small hill emitted was enough to force Zhuowen and Ma Yujie to use a rank 5 astral weapon. From this, it could be seen that the small hill was definitely not simple Ah. After leaving the grotto, Zhuowen immediately set up layers of traps at the grotto's entrance. As long as Ma Yujie came out, he would definitely trigger the traps. After setting up the traps, Zhuowen moved swiftly. He passed through the world of ice, the blue grassland, the barren plains, and finally returned to the absolute beginning grotto's entrance. At the same time, he spent a lot of time setting up extremely complicated and terrifying traps at the absolute beginning grotto's entrance. After he was done, Zhuowen revealed a satisfied expression. He left the absolute beginning grotto and came to the shore of the lake. The purple gold sword embryo was like the most loyal bodyguard as it revolved around his body. Splash! Zhuowen jumped into the lake without hesitation. Countless specks of starlight dust rushed over like maggots, wanting to wrap around Zhuowen. However, these specks of starlight dust were blocked by the purple gold sword embryo's sword chi. They couldn't pass through at all. Before long, Zhuowen reached the bottom of the lake and saw the small hill at the bottom of the lake. Ever since this small hill lost the heart of stars, it no longer emitted any divine splendor. It looked just like an ordinary hill. However, Zhuowen could sense the extremely terrifying energy radiating from the surface of the small hill. Although the energy was not powerful, it was extremely terrifying. It actually made Zhuowen's hair stand on end. Zhuowen's eyes flickered. He summoned his Yin spirit and began to observe the small hill. At the same time, he used the purple gold sword embryo as a medium to come into contact with the small hill. He planned to directly refine the small hill and take it for his own use. But what shocked Zhuowen was that the moment his power came into contact with the small hill suddenly buzzed. And then, like a whale sucking in water, it began to madly absorb the energy in his body. Zhuowen's eyes narrowed slightly. He felt disbelief. The speed at which the small hill absorbed energy had reached an unbelievable level. His flesh and blood actually shriveled at a visible rate. His essence, blood, and energy were all being absorbed by the small hill. Shit! Don't tell me it's going to suck me dry. Zhuowen's heart skipped a beat. He wanted to pull his hand away, but the suction force was so strong that he couldn't move. Zhuowen was helpless. He knew that it was impossible for him to escape. He began to madly absorb the numerous top-grade, chaos spiritual veins he had just obtained. He could only continue to absorb the chaos spiritual veins' energy. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to withstand the suction force and would really turn into a dried corpse. While Zhuowen was in a predicament, Ma Yujie walked out from the depths of the absolute beginning cave while cursing. What a waste of this Lord Fatty's feelings. There's actually nothing else. Ma Yujie walked to the center of the cave and realized that something was wrong. He didn't see Zhuowen's figure anywhere. His divine sense suddenly radiated outwards, but Zhuowen's figure was nowhere to be found. Not good. That kid didn't go to the bottom of the lake outside the absolute beginning cave, right? Damn it, he actually has designs on that small hill. This is unforgivable. Chapter 3957. Boom! Boom! A terrifying explosion was set off from the entrance of the grotto. The powerful shockwave was like a ring-shaped ripple that spread out in all directions. Ma Yujie's fat body was blown away by the energy of the explosions. He rolled around like a kicked ball, and his entire body was charred black. Fuck, Zhuowen! You damned bastard! You actually tricked me! Ma Yujie cried out miserably as he resisted the terrifying energy ripples from the trap. He cursed as spittle flew everywhere. After about a quarter of an hour, the explosion of the trap finally subsided, and an incomparably charred, fat body fell to the ground in a sorry state. Ma Yujia crawled to his feet. His entire body was charred black, and the fragrance of meat wafted from him. Fortunately, his body was extremely resilient. His wounds gradually healed after a while, and his charred flesh grew back. Ma Yujia's face sank. The trap that Juowen had set up at the entrance of the cave was not particularly terrifying. If he had been prepared beforehand, he would not have ended up in such a sorry state. The trap might not have even been able to harm him. However, he had been too confident. He had never thought that Juowen would play such a dirty trick on him. As a result, he had stepped into the trap without any preparation. Naturally, the outcome was extremely tragic. Juowen, you bastard, you actually tricked me like that. Well done. I'll definitely kill you. After Ma Yujia cursed for a while, he finally calmed down. After tidying up his clothes, he left the area. When he passed through the boundaries of the various worlds in the absolute beginning cave, Ma Yujia was extremely cautious. He was afraid that Juowen had set up another trap. He understood the little bastard Juowen far too well. This bastard definitely would not trick him just once. As long as he could trick him, this bastard would definitely try to trick him to his death. He would not even have to pay for it if he tricked him to death. Ma Yujia passed through the world of ice, the blue plains and the barren plains. However, what puzzled him was that he did not discover any traps at the boundaries of the various worlds. Looks like this guy is in a hurry to get to the bottom of the pool. He plans on taking the hill away, so he only set up a trap. Ma Yujia muttered to himself. The vigilance in his heart had also greatly relaxed. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that it made sense. His pace also became much faster. He was also extremely anxious. When he had seized the heart of the stars, he had noticed the small hill that contained the heart of the stars. He dared to conclude that the small hill was definitely not simple. At the very least, its value was much higher than the heart of stars. At that time, because Juowen was present, he was too embarrassed to take it. He had originally planned to explore the absolute beginning cave and then secretly head to the bottom of the pool. However, what he did not expect was that Juowen had also discovered that the small hill was not ordinary and had even left before him. This made Ma Yujia very annoyed. Why didn't he take a good look at this Juowen at that time? After Ma Yujia left the barren plains, he entered the passageway that led to the absolute beginning cave. Ma Yujia had been thinking about the small hill at the bottom of the lake, so his running speed was extremely fast, almost to the point where even his afterimage could not be seen. After a while, Ma Yujia rushed to the entrance of the absolute beginning cave. His gaze was still fixed on the small pool not far from the entrance of the absolute beginning cave. A look of anxiety appeared in his eyes. He could not wait to dive into the pool and reach the bottom of the pool to see if the small hill was still at the bottom. I hope that the small hill is still at the bottom of the pool. This thing belongs to this fat lord. Juowen is not qualified to have it. Ma Yujia's eyes turned green. His heart was full of resentment towards Juowen. 2 of the 3 hearts of the stars had been taken by Juowen. The 3rd primordial stone had also been taken by Juowen. Now that he had his eyes on the small hill, if Juowen took it away, wouldn't he have suffered a great loss in this trip to Fallen Star Mountain? Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, Ma Yujia rushed to the entrance of the cave. At this moment, his expression changed completely. Boom, boom, boom. At the entrance of the absolute beginning cave, the traps that Juowen had set up earlier were completely detonated by Ma Yujia. Terrifying, explosive energy swept out like waves, drowning Ma Yujia in an instant. His grandfather, bastard. Juowen, I'm not done with you. Ma Yujia's shrill screams, mixed with venomous curses, reverberated at the entrance of the absolute beginning cave. He was really too sullen. He had clearly fallen into the trap once, and he had been very cautious. But he had actually fallen into the trap again, just as he was about to leave the absolute beginning cave. While the unlucky Ma Yujie was hovering between life and death due to the traps at the entrance of the absolute beginning cave, Zhuowen was still at the bottom of the pool. His body was shriveled, and he looked like a bag of bones. He looked extremely haggard. The suction force from the small hill was too terrifying. If it weren't for him continuously absorbing the top-grade chaos spiritual veins in the great world, he would have turned into a lifeless corpse by now. Even so, the close to 10,000 top-grade chaos spiritual veins that he had snatched from the depths of the absolute beginning cave were nearly depleted by him. Zhuowen was horrified. He knew that he would turn into a dried corpse in an instant if he didn't replenish his energy. Thinking of this, a light flickered in Zhuowen's eyes. He knew that after absorbing all the top-grade chaos spiritual veins, he would need to absorb the star core. Although the star core was extremely valuable, much more valuable than 10,000 top-grade chaos spiritual veins, Zhuowen couldn't afford to hesitate. After all, his life was more important. Finally, all the top-grade chaos spiritual veins were depleted. Zhuowen had no choice but to start absorbing the star core's energy. Such pure energy! Zhuowen's eyes lit up in disbelief. The star core's energy was extremely pure. The moment it entered his body, it spread rapidly to his limbs and bones. His shriveled body actually became more nourished, and his complexion looked better than before. At the same time, Zhuowen also noticed that the small hill's suction force was gradually weakening. Zhuowen heaved a sigh of relief. From the looks of it, this small hill wasn't a bottomless pit. He just didn't know what would happen to this small hill after absorbing so much of his energy. Finally, the small hill's suction force disappeared completely. Then Zhuowen saw that the small hill's size was gradually shrinking, and it eventually turned into a palm-sized seal. This seal's outer appearance was similar to the small hill, and at the bottom of the seal there were 3 simple but majestic words: Grand Emperor's Seal. Grand Emperor's Seal, Zhuowen muttered under his breath. He could feel an extremely heavy and powerful aura from the seal. This aura was much stronger than the purple gold sword embryo in his hand. Buzz! 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 The purple gold sword embryo that had been revolving around Zhuowen issued a buzzing sound in fear. It trembled as if it was afraid of the seal in Zhuowen's hand. Chapter 3958. Zhuowen was bewildered. Could it be that the Grand Emperor's seal was still in a muddle-headed state and had awakened after absorbing his energy and blood essence? Could it be that it felt a strong sense of intimacy towards him? Even though Zhuowen wasn't sure of the exact reason, since the Grand Emperor's seal was so close to him, it was naturally a good thing. However, there was one thing that made Zhuowen feel helpless. Even though the Grand Emperor's seal was close to him, he was rejected by the Grand Emperor's seal's artifact spirit when he tried to control it. It was as if the Grand Emperor's seal didn't like to be controlled by others. Zhuowen shook his head. The Grand Emperor's seal was too mysterious, and it would take him some time to figure it out. It was better for him to leave this place first. I wonder if Ma Yujie realized that I'm not here and chased after me. Zhuowen muttered to himself as he flew up. He continued to absorb the energy from the heart of stars, and his shriveled flesh began to glow with vitality. His complexion also became rosier. It seemed like Ma Yujie was right. The heart of stars was indeed the best cultivation treasure. The energy contained in this small piece of heart of stars was equivalent to 10,000 top-grade chaos spiritual veins. But the quality of the energy was much purer than a top-grade chaos spiritual vein. Whoosh! After Zhuowen flew out of the pond, his flesh and blood had completely recovered. He no longer looked like a lifeless corpse. At the same time, Zhuowen discovered that less than 1/10 of the heart of stars had been consumed. Goddamn Zhuowen, you really snuck into the pond to get that little hill. You bastard, despicable bastard, incomparably treacherous bastard, scum that deserves to be cut into 1,000 pieces. Just as Zhuowen flew out of the pond, he discovered that not far away, a charred ball of flesh was rolling towards him. This ball of flesh opened its eyes with great difficulty and glared hatefully at Zhuowen, cursing and swearing. Zhuowen looked at the charred ball of flesh in confusion and asked, "Fellow Taoist, who are you?" After being silent for a long time, Ma Yujie finally exploded. F***ck, you bastard. You just tricked me to death, and now you're pretending not to know me? You scum, you bastard, you bastard. Ma Yujie was so angry that smoke was coming out of his 7 orifices. He immediately took out the red bracelet in his hand and fiercely smashed it at Zhuowen. Zhuowen reacted very quickly. The moment Ma Yujie took out the red bracelet, he used his movement technique and retreated dozens of miles away. "So it's Brother Ma. Brother Ma, what happened to you? Who did this to you? It's too outrageous." Zhuowen shook his head, his face full of disappointment. Ma Yujie was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. "Wasn't it all because of a bastard like you that I ended up like this?" Boom! He summoned the crimson bracelet and threw it at Zhuowen. Instantly, crimson light filled the sky, dyeing the entire sky a rich crimson color. It was as if the sun was setting in the west, and the sky was burning with fire. Zhuowen's face changed slightly. He took out the purple gold sword embryo and slashed out fiercely. Streaks of purple gold sword chi blasted out, condensing into a terrifying sword mark that stretched between heaven and earth. The two collided, and the entire Fallen Star Mountain shook violently. There were waves of earth quaking and mountains shaking. It was very terrifying. Zhuowen let out a muffled groan as he was sent flying backwards. Borrowing the force of his fall, he quickly retreated. His body changed direction and rushed out of the range of Fallen Star Mountain. Before he left, he called back the purple gold sword embryo and laughed. "Brother Ma, don't be so angry. Be careful not to hurt your liver. Today's cooperation between you and me is perfect. Farewell. We'll meet again in the future." Ma Yujie let out a muffled groan and also retreated a distance before stabilizing his body. When he heard Zhuowen's laughter, he was so angry that he spat out a mouthful of blood and cursed. "Bastard, I'm breaking off all ties with you. When I see you in the future, I'll beat you up until your parents can't recognize you." After Zhuowen left Fallen Star Mountain, he entered the dark abyss and quickly left. He didn't dare to stay here for long. Although Ma Yujie was tricked by him, his strength was still there. It was difficult to deal with him. Naturally, he couldn't be entangled with Ma Yujie for too long. After completely leaving the dark abyss, he quietly left this place. When he was far enough away from Fallen Star Mountain, he took out the divine ship and headed towards the Carefree Manor. After he handed over the control of the divine ship to Xiaohei, he immediately went into seclusion. He had obtained the cultivation method of the primordial technique and the heart of stars. Wouldn't it be a waste if he didn't go into seclusion? 3 days later, the divine ship arrived at the Carefree Manor. Fallen Star Mountain was too far away from Hongwu Shenzhen. Naturally, it was impossible to use the divine ship to fly back to Hongwu Shenzhen. There was an ancient teleportation array in the Carefree Manor. It was enough to bring Zhuowen back to Hongwu Shenzhen. After 3 days of cultivation, Zhuowen had absorbed 1/3 of the heart of stars. His cultivation had also successfully broken through to the middle stage of the yin-yang transformation realm. His strength had increased exponentially. When Zhuowen's divine ship landed in the Carefree Manor, everyone in the manor became nervous. Everyone looked at Zhuowen with shock and uncertainty. Ask the person in charge of the Carefree Manor to come out. Zhuowen sneered in his heart. He naturally knew why these people were so shocked. They must be shocked that he was still alive. Zhuowen's voice wasn't loud, but it spread across the entire Carefree Manor like thunder. After a while, an old man in blue walked out with a few people. When he saw Zhuowen, his face darkened. "Daowen, you entered Fallen Star Mountain with the Manor Lord. The Manor Lord and the others haven't come out, but you came out. What's going on? Did you abandon the Manor Lord and the others?" The old man in blue shouted coldly. Zhuowen knew the old man in blue. Ren Rong had introduced him to Zhuowen. He was the second elder of the Carefree Manor. His strength was at the early stage of the God Domain Transformation Realm. Rin Xiaoyao had asked him to stay behind to guard the manor. Manor Lord Ren was unfortunately killed in Fallen Star Mountain. I was lucky enough to escape with my life. Now that my mission has failed, I don't plan to stay here. Go and activate the teleportation array. I plan to return to Hongwu Shenzhen. Zhuowen said indifferently. The old man in blue narrowed his eyes and then shouted angrily, "Nonsense! The Manor Lord is an expert at the middle stage of the God Domain Transformation Realm. No matter how terrifying Fallen Star Mountain is, it can't kill the Manor Lord and the others. It must be you who sneakily attacked the Manor Lord and the others and buried them in Fallen Star Mountain. How dare you? Do you really think that just because you're a disciple of Hongwu Shenzhen, we won't dare to do anything to you? I'll take you down today. After killing you, I'll report to Hongwu Shenzhen and accuse you of crimes." After saying that, the old man in blue's eyes were filled with killing intent. He immediately attacked Zhuowen. Before Rin Xiaoyao left, he had told him that after they entered Fallen Star Mountain, they planned to kill Zhuowen in Fallen Star Mountain. Chapter 3959. The blue-clothed old man's aura was like a rainbow. He floated in the air in front of Zhuowen like a god. He looked down at Zhuowen with eyes full of arrogance and disdain. He did not take Zhuowen seriously at all. After all, Zhuowen was just an outer disciple of Hongwu Shenzhen. In his eyes, Zhuowen was like an ant. Zhuowen's eyes gradually darkened. He thought that Rin Xiaoyao had a backup plan and would not stop until Zhuowen was dead. Get lost. Otherwise, you will die. This is your only chance to live now. Zhuowen did not want to be entangled with the blue-robed elder. The aura of the middle stage of yin-yang change surged out like a storm and rushed into the sky. The terrifying power of yin-yang rushed up and formed a huge yin-yang pattern above his head. The blue-robed elder's eyelids twitched. The aura released by Zhuowen was so terrifying that it made his heart beat wildly. However, the blue-robed elder was completely relieved when he found that Zhuowen was only in the yin-yang change realm. It was just the yin-yang change realm. So what if his aura was powerful? How could he be a match for him? Die. The blue-robed elder's eyes were full of killing intent. His right palm was like a mountain and suddenly slammed down from the sky. The rumbling sound of thunder resounded throughout the sky above Carefree Manor. Many cultivators of Carefree Manor had completely scattered before the blue-robed elder made his move. They did not dare to approach him. The moment the blue-robed elder made his move, his own divine domain appeared around him. His god territory was a barren desert. This barren desert was filled with terrifying sandstorms that seemed to stretch across the world. Zhuowen was swept into this divine domain. He immediately felt his body heat up. The violent sandstorms swept across, leaving behind a scene of devastation. It was extremely terrifying. Zhuowen stood in the divine domain unmoved. The yin-yang pattern above his head turned into the yin-yang god. The two gods merged into his body, causing his aura to reach an extremely terrifying level. "Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish." Zhuowen took a step forward, his aura heavy and powerful, causing the entire divine realm to tremble violently. Then he shot out like an arrow from a bow, piercing through the numerous sandstorms. The blue-clothed elder stood in the air above the sandstorm. His right hand slapped down, and a huge palm energy fell, blasting towards Zhuowen. Zhuowen coldly snorted and punched out. Countless weapon phantoms shot out, and the energy hand was smashed to pieces by his punch. "What? You're just a yin-yang transformation, cultivator. How can you be so powerful?" The blue-clothed old man was shocked when Zhuowen's fist smashed the energy hand into pieces. A trace of fear rose in his heart. and he couldn't help but cry out in alarm. Ignorant! Zhuan's eyes were cold. His long hair fluttered in the wind as he appeared in front of the blue-robed elder. His right fist suddenly blasted out and smashed towards the blue-robed elder's face. The blue-clothed elder was still in a state of shock. He didn't even have time to react to block the attack before his face was pierced through by Zhuan's fist. Puff! Blood splattered across the sky. The blue-clothed elder's head exploded, and his spiritual soul was destroyed. He turned into a headless corpse, falling from the sky and landing heavily in the middle of the courtyard of Carefree Mountain Villa. The heavy sound of the body falling completely awakened all the cultivators of Carefree Mountain Villa. Their eyes were filled with fear. The blue-clothed elder was the second elder of Carefree Mountain Villa. He was the true expert of Carefree Mountain Villa. Even the blue-clothed elder was killed by this young man in one move. Who else in Carefree Mountain Villa could stop this young man? You think the same as this elder? You think that I'm the cause of the death of your Carefree Mountain Villa's Villa Master, so I deserve to die? Zhuan floated in the air, looking down at everyone in Carefree Mountain Villa. All the cultivators who met his gaze lowered their heads, not daring to look at Zhuan. Their hearts were trembling. Sir, this has nothing to do with you. The second elder acted on his own and insisted on attacking you. You were absolutely right to kill him. A burly middle-aged man suddenly knelt on the ground. His eyes were filled with fear. He completely submitted to Zhuan and did not dare to resist. The moment this man knelt, the other cultivators of Carefree Mountain Villa also knelt on the ground, trembling. They knew very well that Zhuan could easily kill the blue-clothed elder. Naturally, he could also easily destroy the entire Carefree Mountain Villa. Zhuan looked down at everyone, seeing them kneel and worship him. His heart was as calm as an ancient well. This was the way the world was. If you were strong, you were the rules. If you were strong, you were respected. If you were strong, you were everything. I want to use the ancient teleportation formation of Carefree Mountain Villa. Zhuan said indifferently. The middle-aged man, who was the first to kneel, quickly raised his head and put on a fawning expression. He said to Zhuan, Sir, I can help you activate the ancient teleportation formation. Zhuan nodded and said, Then I'll use you. With that, Zhuan landed beside the middle-aged man. He lifted him up and flew into the huge courtyard in the depths of Carefree Mountain Villa. This courtyard was where the Carefree Mountain Villa's ancient teleportation formation was located. The courtyard was cold and cheerless. There was no one in sight except for the ancient teleportation formation at the center of the courtyard. The mottled patterns on the ancient teleportation formation indicated its age and vicissitudes. Go activate the ancient teleportation formation, Zhuan instructed. The middle-aged man quickly nodded and bowed. He took out pieces of top-grade chaos spirit stones and placed them in the grooves beside the ancient teleportation formation. Then his hands formed complicated seals to activate the ancient teleportation formation. In an instant, the dim ancient teleportation formation lit up with a blazing white light. Strands of law patterns formed chains that circled around the ancient teleportation formation. Divine light soared to the sky, and it was hard to look at directly. Sir, the ancient teleportation formation is ready. The middle-aged man smiled fawningly. Zhuan nodded and stepped into the ancient teleportation formation. Then, the middle-aged man activated the ancient teleportation formation. In an instant, the ancient teleportation formation emitted a blinding white light that soared into the sky. After the white light subsided, the ancient teleportation formation returned to normal. Zhuan, who had been standing at the center of the ancient teleportation formation, was nowhere to be seen. I've finally sent away that malefic star. The middle-aged man wiped the sweat off his forehead and smiled wryly. He was really afraid that Zhuan would slaughter the entire Carefree Mountain Villa in a fit of rage. Now that Zhuan had left, The middle-aged man could finally breathe a sigh of relief. Zhuowen felt his body shuttling back and forth at high speed, and a numbing sensation spread throughout his body. When the numbing sensation disappeared completely, Huang Xiaolong landed on the ground. He opened his eyes and saw that he was in the Honggu Shengzhen's ancient teleportation formation. "It's you!" The old man guarding the ancient teleportation formation shuddered the moment he saw Zhuowen. Fear flashed in his eyes. This old man was the person responsible for transporting Zhuowen to the carefree mountain villa when he had first left the Honggu Shengzhen. Chapter 3960. Zhuowen ignored the old man and walked straight out of the ancient teleportation circle. He did not plan to go to the mission hall. Although he had obtained the Heart of Stars, it did not match the content of the mission, so he had failed the mission. However, he did not care. He had entered Fallen Star Mountain not for the mission, but for the primordial stone. He had gained a lot this time. Not only had he obtained the primordial stone, but he had also obtained the Tai Emperor's seal and 2 Heart of Stars. The value of these rewards was many times higher than the reward for completing the mission. When Zhuowen returned to the outer sect mountain, he happened to see Li Xinbing and Zi Ling coming down from the mountain. When the 2 girls saw Zhuowen, they were pleasantly surprised. "Brother Dawen, you came back safe and sound." Li Xinbing's beautiful eyes lit up. Zhuowen nodded. She looked at the 2 women in confusion and asked, "Junior sisters, where are you planning to go?" Ziling smiled and said, "We're going to Honggu Square. Brother, you may not know, but the 4th Shengzhen tournament is coming soon. This time, Honggu Square will be holding an internal tournament. Honggu Shengzhen plans to choose 10 outstanding disciples from the inner and outer sect disciples to go to Qingwan Shengzhen to participate in the tournament." Li Xinbing was also quite excited. "I heard that if we perform well in the 4th Shengzhen tournament, our outer sect will have a chance to be promoted to inner sect." Hearing this, Zhuowen nodded. He was not interested in the 4th Shengzhen. The 4th Shengzhen tournament was the best opportunity for Zhuowen to save Hong Xinwu. He could not participate in the tournament. "Senior brother Dawen, your strength is so strong. If you can participate in this 4 sacred sects martial arts competition, you will definitely shine." Zi Ling raised her head and said expectantly. Li Xinbing also looked at Zhuowen expectantly. Both she and Zi Ling knew how powerful Zhuowen was. Even most of Honggu Shengzhen's inner disciples might not necessarily be a match for Zhuowen. Zhuowen shook his head and said, "I won't be going to the 4th Shengzhen martial arts competition. I've been comprehending something recently, so I plan to go into seclusion for a period of time." With that, Zhuowen bid farewell to the 2 women and continued to climb. Li Xinbing and Zi Ling couldn't help but be stunned. They didn't expect Zhuowen to not participate in the 4 Shengzhen martial arts tournament. This was a great opportunity for a carp to leap over the dragon's gate. However, the 2 women also knew that once Zhuowen decided on something, it was useless for them to persuade him. When they thought of this, the 2 women sighed softly and left the outer court mountain. After Zhuowen returned to the cave, he began to concentrate on absorbing the energy of the Heart of Stars. He estimated that after completely absorbing the energy of the Heart of Stars, his cultivation should be able to reach the peak of the yin-yang change, and maybe even the God realm change. For the next month, Zhuowen basically stayed in the cave and cultivated. During this period, Ziling and Li Xinbing came to visit several times, but when they saw that Zhuowen didn't come out of seclusion, they left resentfully. Even Luo Lingyu came to visit Zhuowen once. On this day, Zhuowen slowly opened the door of the cave. His eyes were shining brightly, and there was an ethereal and vast aura around him. After cultivating in seclusion for a month and completely refining the Heart of Stars, I still can't break through to the God realm change. Zhuowen shook his head, a hint of disappointment in his eyes. After absorbing the energy of the first Heart of Stars, His cultivation had only reached the peak of the yin-yang change. Even though he couldn't break through to the God realm change, Zhuowen could feel that he was very close to the God realm change. It wasn't appropriate to say that he was at the peak of the yin-yang change. It should be said that he had taken half a step into the God realm. He should be half a step into the God realm. Zhuowen's strength had reached an unfathomable level. He didn't need to rely on the purple gold sword embryo to fight a peak God realm change expert, and he didn't fall into a disadvantageous position. From this, one could see how terrifying his battle strength was. After coming out of seclusion, Zhuowen planned to head to the valley where the Great Speech Incantation Forest was located to look for his master, Shan Lingyun. Shan Lingyun had told him that she had the ability to search the entire 100 regions with the soul language technique. However, she needed 10,000 top-grade chaos spiritual veins to do so. This kind of consumption was extremely terrifying. Even though Zhuowen had found 10,000 top-grade chaos spiritual veins, he had exhausted all of them. However, he still had the Heart of Stars. With the surging energy from the Heart of Stars, the effect was much better than 10,000 top-grade chaos spiritual veins. If Shan Lingyun used the Heart of Stars, she would be able to use a more powerful soul language technique to find the Moyin of Wushang's location. When Zhuowen walked out of the Outer Sex mountain peak, planning to leave the Hongwu Shengzhen, he coincidentally ran into Luo Lingyu at the Shengzhen's entrance. Luo Lingyu was walking beside a man and woman with a respectful and reserved expression on her face. Zhuowen looked at the man and woman with a dumbfounded expression. He also knew these two people. The woman was none other than Jing Lianming, who had walked together with Luo Lingyu at the Hongwu Square. Jing Lianming's face was frosty, and she was extremely arrogant. She looked at everyone with disdain, as if she was a high and mighty god, and everyone else were useless mortals. The other man was Jing Lianming's Dao companion, Mo Hongxian. He was also the Blue Luan Shengzhen's inner sex #1 disciple. His strength was extraordinary, and it was said that he had reached the half-step god realm transformation. At the same time, Zhuowen also saw the Blue Luan Shengzhen's group, not far from the entrance. A huge divine ship stood not far away, and it seemed like the Blue Luan Shengzhen's group was planning to leave. In front of the Blue Luan Shengzhen's group was the Hongwu Shengzhen's group. The leader of the Hongwu Shengzhen's group was the Dragon Elephant Hall's elder, Pei Shanglong. The Hongwu Shengzhen's entrance training was presided over by Pei Shanglong. Brother Pei will part here. Your Hongwu Shengzhen's outer and inner disciples are not bad. Our Blue Luan Shengzhen has benefited greatly this time. The leader of the Blue Luan Shengzhen's group was an old man. He smiled and cupped his hands towards Pei Shanglong. Pei Shanglong's expression was not good. The Blue Luan Shengzhen's inner sex #1 disciple, Mo Hongxian, had defeated almost all of their Hongwu Shengzhen's inner sex disciples. Hongwu Shengzhen's face had been completely disgraced. At the same time, Pei Shanglong was extremely worried. In a month's time, the 4 Shengzhen competition would begin. Even the Blue Luan Shengzhen had produced such a powerful Mo Hongxian. The other Shengzhen's members would not be weak either. Would their Hongwu Shengzhen end up at the bottom? Junior brother Daowin. Luo Lingyu, who was standing beside Jing Lianming, saw Zhuowen walking out of the sex entrance. She could not help but happily greet Zhuowen. Jing Lianming and Mo Hongxian could not help but look at Zhuowen. Mo Hongxian only glanced at Zhuowen once before withdrawing his gaze. Zhuowen was wearing the uniform of an outer sect disciple, and his aura was faintly discernible. In his eyes, this kind of trash didn't even deserve a glance. Chapter 3961. Luo Lingyu frowned slightly. She did not expect Jing Lianming to dislike Zhuowen so much. Although Zhuowen was only an outer disciple of Hongwu Shengzhen, and his status was far lower than theirs, he was still an old acquaintance of hers. Jing Lianming was meddling in her affairs. She was being too nosy. Thinking of this, Luo Lingyu said seriously, "Senior Sister Jing, junior brother Daowin is an old friend of mine, and we have a good relationship. I can't dislike him just because of his low status, and I think that people should not forget their roots." After saying that, Luo Lingyu ignored Jing Lianmeng and walked toward Zhuowen. Jing Lianmeng looked at Luo Lingyu's back in disbelief. Ever since she entered the sect, Luo Lingyu had been respectful to her and had never disobeyed her. But now, Luo Lingyu was mocking her because of this guy. She really did not know the immensity of heaven and earth. Jing Lianmeng was furious. Junior sister Luo must have been bewitched by this outer disciple. She actually dared to go against you for him. And Mo Hongshuan's eyes were gloomy. He was also very dissatisfied with Luo Lingyu's disobedience. His gaze towards Zhuowen became more and more unpleasant. "Lianmeng, do you need me to teach this guy a lesson for you?" And Mo Hongxian asked coldly. Jing Lianmeng's face was cold. She shook her head and said, "There is no need to trouble senior brother. He is just an outer disciple trash. I can easily teach him a lesson." And Mo Hongxian nodded. Jing Lianmeng's cultivation was not weak. She was at the middle stage of the yin-yang change realm. It was naturally easy for her to teach an outer disciple a lesson. After all, Zhuowen was just an outer disciple. He was too ordinary, so his appearance did not attract anyone's attention. Even Pei Shanglong and the others only glanced at Zhuowen casually before attracting their gazes. "Junior brother Daowin, you are finally out. When you were in seclusion, I came to see you once." Luo Lingyu walked up to Zhuowen and said with her beautiful eyes shining. Zhuowen said apologetically, "Senior sister Luo, I am so sorry. I did not expect you to come to see me. If I had known, I would have come out immediately." Luo Lingyu waved her hand and chuckled. "Don't worry, it's just a small matter. I met the two women who were with you before, and I heard them say that you don't intend to participate in the 4th Shenzhen martial arts competition?" Luo Lingyu was quite curious. Although she did not know Zhuowen's exact cultivation level, he should not be weak. He should be more than capable of participating in the 4 Shenzhen martial arts competition. Zhuowen shook his head and said, "That kind of competition is meaningless to me, so I don't plan to participate." Just as Zhuowen and Luo Lingyu were chatting, an untimely voice interrupted their conversation. "An outer sect trash like you has the face to say that the 4th Shenzhen martial arts competition is meaningless? You really don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. I think you're just scared and don't dare to participate. You're just finding a dignified excuse for yourself. Isn't it a little disgusting?" Zhuowen narrowed his eyes and slowly turned his head to look at Jing Lianmeng, who had appeared beside Luo Lingyu. He did not refute, or rather, he did not intend to lower himself to Jing Lianmeng's level. "Senior sister Luo, I still have some things to do, so I'll take my leave now. If there's time in the future, we'll contact each other again." Zhuowen cupped his hands at Luo Lingyu and was about to leave. Luo Lingyu also quickly nodded. Jing Lianmeng's sudden appearance made her feel strange. She could feel that Jing Lianmeng was deliberately targeting Zhuowen. If she continued to talk with Zhuowen, it would not be a good thing, so she agreed to let Zhuowen leave first. However, Jing Lianmeng obviously did not want to let Zhuowen go so easily. Just as Zhuowen was about to leave, Jing Lianmeng blocked his way. Her beautiful eyes looked at Zhuowen presumptuously, and her eyebrows were filled with arrogance and disdain. "I've heard junior sister Luo mention you before. You're called Daowin, and like junior sister Luo, you're from the Wukong state. I don't care what your relationship was in the past, but you have to know that you're just an insignificant outer disciple of the Honggu Shenzhen, and junior sister Luo is an inner disciple of our Blue Phoenix Shenzhen. The two of you, one is in the sky and the other is on the ground. You're not even from the same world. So, you'd better not contact junior sister Luo anymore. Outer disciple trash like you is not worthy of contacting junior sister Luo, let alone talking to her. Do you understand? Jing Lianmeng's beautiful eyes were filled with arrogance. She looked at Zhuowen from head to toe, and the words she said were extremely vicious and disdainful. Zhuowen frowned, and he coldly looked at the ice beauty in front of him. He did not seem to have offended this girl from the beginning to the end. However, this girl always targeted him and even insulted him as outer disciple trash. Did she really think that he, Zhuowen, was easy to bully? I don't need you to talk about my matters. Now get lost, Zhuowen slowly said, and his voice was filled with an unquestionable tone. Jing Lianmeng was completely stunned. She looked at Zhuowen in disbelief. This lowly outer disciple in front of her actually dared to speak to her like this. Wasn't he seeking his own death? Luo Lingyu saw that the atmosphere between the two was so heavy and hurriedly came out to smooth things over. Senior Sister Jing, Daowin is my friend. I hope you can give me face and not pursue him. Jing Lianmeng sneered and said, Junior Sister Luo, don't protect this trash. This outer disciple is too arrogant. If we don't teach him a lesson, won't he take advantage of us? Mo Hongxian walked out and stopped Luo Lingyu. He smiled and said, Junior Sister Luo, don't worry about this matter. Let Lianmeng handle it. Luo Lingyu's beautiful eyes were filled with anxiety, but Mo Hongxuan's aura had locked onto her. If she acted rashly, it was very likely that Mo Hongxian would attack her. After all, Mo Hongxian was the #1 inner disciple of the Blue Phoenix Shenzhen. He was much stronger than her. If Mo Hongxian attacked, there was no way she would have the chance to help Zhuowen. Zhuowen slowly raised his head and coldly looked at the frosty Jing Lianmeng in front of him. He said, I have no enmity with you, but you repeatedly obstructed me and even insulted me. Do you really think I don't have a temper? Jing Lianmeng was startled, and then she sneered again and again. The aura of the middle stage of the yin-yang transformation erupted and crushed on Zhuowen like a mountain. You're just an outer disciple. What right do you have to be angry with me? An ant like you should obediently accept my punishment. It's your honor that I'm looking for trouble with you. As Jing Lianmeng spoke, her jade-like hand suddenly slapped towards Zhuowen's cheek. Her eyes were full of disdain. Pa,